Alrighty, let's see here. Got that settled. Hello. Thank you for the follow, Goatman Remy. I appreciate it. Let's see. Hello, Grind. Hello, Cicada. Hello, Traggart. You aren't expected to stream today. It's Saturday, isn't it? Yeah, fuck no. I lost track of the week. I lost track of the day. I thought it was Saturday.
Your word is my law.
Oh! Well, that explains my conversation with Grind in Georgia. Let me go make an amendment to that. Bonus stream it is. I'm in tatters. I stayed up far too fucking late. Because I thought it was a Friday. It was not. Oh, fuck me. Hey, mommy. What? Hour long. I'm sure no. So, let's look get to what I wanted to do, which is I wanted to yap a bit about internal balance in the game, and some suggestions that I have. I wanted to do it at the start so that it's fucking easier for me to then grab it, cut it off into its own video, and post it on like Reddit for discussion and such, and have it as its own separate video about how I think they should adjust it a bit. So, gonna start off with, let's see here. I'll start off with veteran, because it's not me. It is my least played of the human. Actually, no. I don't know if it's my least played of the human classes or second. Cause that's still my first. And then it's either Saker or Veteran. I don't know which. And then the other one comes after that. And then I haven't finished Levin Ogren fully. But alright, let's get started here. So, I'm gonna start with things that we all know. Well, things that those of us that have been around the game and played it for a bit know. Strongest melee weapon of the game, dueling sword. Second strongest melee weapon of the game, combat blade. And then everything else kind of falls into a heap below that. For veteran in particular, the shovel can be pretty good. The power sword is pretty good. I'd call both of these like A tier weapons. Combat blade is an S tier weapon, and dueling sword is fucking S+. It's in its own category. And the issue is that everything below those four is kind of just okay. There's usually something, they have a use case that can make them very, very good. But not usually good enough. Like, they've got this niche that they can fill, that they're very, very good at, but they're a little bit too weak all around the board elsewhere, and that is what keeps them from really competing with the others. Like, the Devil's Claw Sword. You can parry it, crush your overhead, but with latency, it's a little bit iffy. And it's very good at deleting the hordes of ragers, and it's very good at handling, monstrosities. You can duel them. Hello, Koal. Trigger, we will get to plasma in a bit, but I kind of agree with you. Actually, I kind of agree, but kind of don't. Plasma's already the strongest range sculption in the game, so it would need some adjusting. So, the thing with the Devil's Claw Sword is that if they had a shred of armor on them and don't have an exposed weak spot, you're fucking screwed. You have to use your ranged weapon for that. Which is fine, but why will get the Devil's Claw weapon blessings? Unless I'm mistaken, they are all generic ones. And some of them are stagger related, which the Devil's Claw doesn't really do much staggered, so doesn't help that much. Wrath is pretty good. More cleave is actually pretty effective on this weapon. It's got a good cleave, this takes it to great cleave, which lets it just handle hordes much, much better. Shred! Veteran likes crit. Psyker likes crit. Zealot likes crit. Good crit blessing. There we go. Drona! Bonus impact, so bonus stagger dealt when you hit stuff. That's perfectly fine. Which is slice. The more things you hit, the more stagger you deal. To things that have already been struck. That's fine. Savage Sweep. Much like with Wrath, also good. Easy to apply because the Devil's Claw Swords have good sweeping motions. So that's easy enough to pull off. As 200% for 2 seconds, that's up to 200%. On hit. Rampage. Tooltip is bugged. It says bonus attack. It says that it gives you more damage. That is not accurate. It gives you more strength, which affects your damage, your cleave, and your stagger. I would call this one probably a best in slot. Devastating Strike. 80% cleave for 5 seconds on critical hit. So, thing is that competes with Savage Sweep, which gives you more than double for about half the duration, but more than double. And the only requirement is that you hit enemies. This requires a crit, which, you know, you want to be getting crits, sure. But why would you run this instead of this? Or instead of this, that gives you more, and you don't have to get any crits, it's just on hit. And that on hit applies to every enemy hit. So if you swing and hit 4 enemies, congratulations, you've got 160% cleave, which is double that for one swing, without a prerequisite. So, this blessing in particular, I feel should be buffed. Either increase the cleave by double or triple, given that it does have an activation requirement that isn't just hit them, or, I don't know, hit multiple of them. Alternatively, and this is a bit of design that I liked, they could give this the second, fuck, what's it called? It's one of the Psyker blessings. Surge? Surge. They could give it the same treatment as Surge, where it gives you a little bit of crit shots. So make this be okay. It's only 80% cleave, but it gives you, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5% crit shots, depending on blessing tier, as well. So then it's not just a straight up loss of cleave, it's a, okay, you're trading some cleave for more crit shots, which will work with all your crit riders. So you're immune to your empathetic evasion for Psyker, your Scourge and Invocation of Death for Zealot, your fucking... that is... your Exploit Weakness for Veteran. That sort of thing. Hammer Blow. More impact on hit. Stacks up to 5 times. Has a duration based on it, so it's not just purely on hit. This is something I like a lot as well. I like the procs on hit has duration. I find that that is much cozier that they appear on hits only. So if I come over here and grab this chainsword, it has on it Wrath. Cleave on hit. So that's 5 times. So if you look at my bar, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I now have that, and it has a fixed duration. It refreshes itself. Lovely. If I swing and miss, it immediately falls off. I would like it if, as just part of the internal balancing of the game, they took all of the X on hit stacks X times and adjusted it to reflect the X for X amount of time on hit stacks X amount of times. That, I think, would be a good decision. One, it would make everything comfier to use, in case, oh, you killed everything in that swing and the other enemies are smited or staggered or suppressed or whatever. You don't lose all your stacks when you swing again, because there's still bodies in front of you. Skull Crusher. They receive 4 stacks of plus 10% damage if already staggered last 5 seconds. That you're already staggering them, then that makes them take more damage while they're staggered. That's fine. Not good on the Devil's Claw Sword, because, again, this is a very slicey weapon. It's not a staggery weapon. Sorry about that, sneezed my fucking head off. And again, this gives you more impact. Well, this makes them take more staggered damage if they're already staggered. The issue is that enemies get a little bit of hyper armor or recovery, a bonus stagger, when they're staggered. So this winds up not being very effective, except on weapons with an innately high amount of stagger, like the shovel. See, one squitter is fine. Not useful because it's rare that you're gonna be always fighting once and resetting, but if there. First it's fine. Trauma's fine. On the shovel, most everything is okay because the shovel itself is a strong enough base. Decimator is another thing of, as long as you're continuously chaining attacks, you get up to 50% power, which should now be Strife, but it's pretty good. All or Nothing is a perk that, or is a lesson that you probably won't use very much because that strength, as you're running out of stamina, won't help you much. Typically you want to have as much stamina as you can when you're in combat, so you can use it to push or block. Extra strength when you have to block or push, it's a little bit redundant, but it's fine, I suppose. Take a Swing is okay, but it's not that great. Uncanny Strike is good on everything. Next question. Skull Crusher, Thunder Strike, Hammer Blow, Trauma, all those are perfectly fine on the shoulder because it's a stagger weapon. The difference between that and the Devil's Claw is that Devil's Claw isn't a stagger weapon. You can parry with it, which is very good. I've seen some Devil's Claw Sword propaganda videos that really show off what the parry can do. But stagger isn't its main utility. Dueling Sword. Strongest weapon in the game. Shred, which is fine. Agile. Infinite dodges as long as you hit a weak spot. And extra weak spot damage. That's wild. That's very good. If you want to go defensive, That right there has you set. Your post. Bonus crit chance on dodge. Good. Good for all your kick riders. If you just want a crit stick to prop your stuff on, riposte and shred. Simple as agile and riposte. Something like that. Precognition. Finesse damage. Finesse damage is both 3 spots and crits. So, you dodge successfully, then for 2 seconds, you've got the finesse damage, so the critical and the weak spot damage on your weapon is increased by 60%. Your mileage will vary. Dueling sword, that's very good. Rampage. Best of luck getting this to proc on Dueling Sword. Dueling Sword handles hordes fine. It does it by deleting whatever's in front of ye, not by cleaving through them. Thrust. It's fine. This makes a Dueling Sword downright silly with Uncanny Strike, because it's already good at anti-armor. This lets you get away 1 or 2 shot crushers. It's silly. Relentless strikes. This is fine. You use the heavy thrust into special and you stack it up pretty nicely. Dueling Sword is also a bit too strong right now. It needs to be brought down a bit. My opinion on that is that I think they should. I feel like, but in Dueling Sword, how they balance it has to be kind of careful. Because I don't want them to just nerf it into the ground. Because it's a fun weapon. It's a cool weapon. I'm fine with it occupying a status as Knife Plus. I think that they should lower its cleave, because right now it handles hordes a little bit too well for such a strong mobility, defensive, odd anti-armor weapon. I'm fine with it being very good against armor. I'm fine with it being very defensive with good sprint speed and good dodges. I think the fact that it also handles hordes as well as it does is probably where it needs to be brought down. So I don't think I've got one on my veteran because I've been avoiding it out of protest. So let me grab a Dueling Sword and I can show you what I mean. Hey. Because on a build not at all catered to it, Dueling Sword will still outperform most everything else. You know the things that have ways or tools to deal with armor? Oh, I agree they should buff other stuff, and I'll be getting to that once I get to some of the other weapons. I just happened to wander off to Dueling Sword, because establishing what the current dominant pick is, and how I think it should be adjusted, is probably good.
Completed.
Alright, I'm looking for a low cleave damage.
Transaction confirmed. Purchase confirmed.
Good enough.
Vendor subroutine.
Each weapon is a relic.
Alright.
It should be cared for as such.
$65. A thorn.
It is done. Praise the omnis-
No, I agree, Trigger. I think that we need to have a We need to have a level of power that's pretty consistent
And what do we have?
across, like, most of the weapons. They should be strong in their niche and be somewhat comparable.
Marvel is awoken.
Right now what we've got is certain weapons just drastically outperform all the others,
Prayers have been answered.
and those need to be brought down and everything else needs to be brought up a little bit. Let's just scrap her. Plus, because that's what
I trust
Stipko
you are
used.
pleased, Violet.
And plus Catapace is good, and I don't know, plus Flak. Sure.
Interesting.
And it is the Mark IV, unless I'm mistaken. Well, Mubby is maybe better. Maybe. But I'm making a point here.
You're fascinating.
That and mobility is a stat that you seldom want to dump on your mail because that's your mobility tool. So, I got a little bit of a horse here, right? And this weapon is, anti-armor, so I can delete crushers, no problem. If I had a build for it, I could probably two-tap them. If I get a crit, I'd do two-tap them. I don't even need a crit, as long as I've got Uncanny Strike stacked up. Don't even need a full stacks. So this weapon deals with heavy stuff like that perfectly well. Handles Reapers well. Handles Bulwarks pretty well. Every special. One dead poke to the head. If I had a build dedicated for it, I'm sure I could one-shot Ragers too. Not Ragers, mutants. Probably Scab Ragers, Drag Ragers, you'd probably need plus Maniac or something. But, so, all that, very impressive. It deals with armor and specials and elites wonderfully. So, surely it should start out against swords and with his attack patterns, just, little hacks and chops. But, no. It doesn't kill them the fastest, outside of weak spots and crits. But it doesn't get hung up or anything. I had this full group of 6 posted up in one place, and it slides right through, no problem. That on top of the fact that, it's got high sprint speed class in the game along with the knife. It's got good dodge distance, not as much as a knife, but better than anything else. It's got full 5 dodges, lovely. Sprint cost is pretty nice too. And that's with minimized cleave damage. So, by all means, this should be as bad at hardcore as a dinosaur can get, just about. But no, beta handles chaff just fine. I come over here to bruisers. It goes right through him. 2 shots those. 2 shots those. 2 shots that. Takes 3 swings on those fuckers. Takes 3 swings on those fuckers. Cars right through him, no problem. So, you don't lose out on horde clear much compared to your average weapon. And you can deal with heavies much better. You can 2-shot crushers. That quickly. So, compare that to another weapon with an anti-armor niche. Let's say the chainsword. This chainsword has access to a strike down right there. I've got high shredder, high finesse, high penetration, high damage. I've got bloodletter on it, so that it gets, it applies bleed to help deal with them. So, to deal with the crusher, you ram it up, you swing and you hit him in the head. And you're locked in place for a few seconds. Then you do it again. And that takes me, a few seconds here, and a few seconds here, and it's dead. Lovely, 2 shots. Except that 2 shots is, several seconds that you can get grab. Also, the dueling sword can stagger crushers out of their overhead. Aye. This weapon handles horse pretty well, but you have to run a cleave blessing on it. Wrath, in this case. Otherwise it'll get stuck in the horde, because it cleaves more poorly than the dueling sword. Despite being intended as a jack-of-all trades weapon, and the dueling sword is a specialized anti-armor tool. But the dueling sword handles hordes better than the chain sword, because it also handles heavies better than the chain sword. Because, sure, I can do this. I can delete, most things. Swinging into them. And you can dodge out of it to castle it early. But it costs stamina to do so. The dueling sword doesn't cost stamina to cancel out its special, because its special don't lock in place. And it's more useful. And its base performance is better. So, it's like, okay, this has an anti-armor weapon special that leaves you vulnerable, deals with 1 terabit at a time, and doesn't deal with heavy armor as well as just tapping heavy twice on the dueling sword. Because, remember, you get that amount of power for a decently rolled weapon and a blessing. I don't have any melee boss in this build. Closest I've got is Bring It Down at Rending Strikes, which would have an effect here, sure. But this rending is nothing compared to the rending you get from Uncanny Strike. That would have an effect. But compared to, finesse bonus, the amount of crit shots you can stack, melee damage there, there's really melee damage there, weapon specialist. So, I don't know. I think there's a little bit of a discrepancy there. Shay, kind of brings it back to why I wanted to do this in the first place. Which is, I would like to see a bit more focus on internal balance. By that I mean, Dueling Sword needs to come down a bit. I think that making its cleave worse, like its actual cleave value, how many enemies it goes through before it gets stuck, would be a good start and solution for it. That'd be a good place to start. It doesn't have any cleave blessings, aside from Rampage, which grew up getting that to proc. But if Dueling Sword is gonna be a strong anti-armor tool, bring down its universal utility. Make it worse at dealing with the rest of these fuckers. Lower its unarmored damage, or lower its, like, actual cleave value, or something like that. How quickly it deletes Crushers is probably not great either. But that's kind of what its intended use case is. Maybe bring its Catapace penetration down a little bit since it has access to Uncanny Strike. I could see that being a viable option as well. So, for the other weapons, Sapper Shovel, Power Sword are fine where they are. I'd like to see Power Sword change to function like the Relic Blade, but it keep Power Cycler, change Power Cycler to increase the duration that you can have the activated mode on for. That's what I think should be done with Power Sword. So far as I know, under my experience, it's fine otherwise. Sure, it can two-shot Crushers as well if you build for it with Brutal Momentum and have plus Catapace, and you do the activation console push follow-up into light attack for the strike down on a Crusher's head. That's fine, because that takes you, okay, have to activate it, have to do push follow-up, or push attack, into follow-up, and that takes a little bit more of a time commitment than heavy-headed from the Dueling Sword. Also, it's a power sword. It's supposed to be, you know, good against armor. It's supposed to be a great weapon. It's a power sword. It's iconic. Let the iconic weapons be good, please. Combat Axe is fine, but for most we just outquest by everything else. Decimator's good, Headtaker's good, Brutal Momentum's fine. On it, Thrust isn't the greatest on these, Unswitter's not the greatest on these either. Thunderous is okay. I don't use it much. I don't use the combat axes much overall. The Decapitator can be pretty good. All or nothing, same as on Shovel, it's not a use case you want to be building for or trying to play for, usually, but it's there. I don't really see anyone running the combat axe, so I feel like it could use a little bit of touching up. Last time I used a combat axe, they had the issue of they're a little bit slow, don't have very good attack patterns, and they're a little bit clunky. Their performance is okay, but not good. What I would like to see would be combat axes maybe get a bit of stagger. Maybe give them a little bit of stagger and a little bit of cleave through. Give them a little bit more favorable attack patterns. Let them occupy a bit more of a more horde-focused with some anti-OH, anti-special ability. Tactical Axe is way better in most regards, like you said, Trigger. I'd say maybe shift Combat Axe more towards the horde management and strike domes. Let it lean a bit more towards, alright, deal with hordes comfortably and defensively but can drop some hits when needed and let tactical acts maybe adjust its hard clear a little bit more so that it's got, a little bit worse hard clear maybe. Because it's not the greatest at it, maybe touch that down a little bit, but really lean into it as the delete that armored enemy now. Or if you want to use it for your hard clear, have it be through slaughter spree and brutal momentum. Such that, okay, you get a crit on a head. Now you can just go to town with it. Because now your respawn kills will be ignoring the enemy hit mass and what you cleaving through. It's also got agile, which, again, lets you be a bit more evasive. It's good. It doesn't have access to Uncanny Strike, which is why the knife winds up outclassing it for versus armor, which, that's fine. Combat Blade also deals with hordes a little bit too well, especially since we have a knife that is designed to deal with hordes. I think that Combat Blade should be tapped down on its, cleaving damage a little bit. It's good enough against everything else, and it's safe enough with its mobility that I feel comfortable saying it should maybe lose a little bit of its cleave damage and actively make it worse at horde cleared. Because it's so good at everything else and overall, I'd say just lower its cleave damage a little bit to actively make it worse at horde clear. Because it can make up for it with everything else. It's the most mobility you can get in the game, and mobility is king. So, there's that. Chain weapons, chainsword and chain axe both. Letting this cancel out of the weapon special is good. Having it cost stamina, making you vulnerable on a weapon that's the weapon special that already leaves you vulnerable, is less good. Especially when it's outperformed by the dueling sword. Dueling sword needs to come down, sure. I would like to see them drastically improve the tick rate on this, such that I want the ticks to go through maybe in the same amount of time as 2 heavies. Because I want it to be worth it to do that. And not just, you leave yourself wide open, you're done for. It staggers the individual target that you're hitting, which is nice. But for Ragers, they come in packs of, 4 to 6. So, all you're doing this to one of these feckers, he's got 5 of his buddies jumping around you, ready to tear you to shreds. For Crushers, they spawn in packs of, I believe, 3. So, you do this, and then you gotta watch the other 2 Fulcries and see where they're gonna overhead. Oh, boom, boom, I gotta dodge. Well, I lose out on the majority of my damage because it all comes from the last tick. Either they need to drastically speed this up, rearrange how the ticks are done so that each one has, so the damage is better spread out. Or what I would like would be if when you lock in, it either staggers or suppresses enemies and, let's say, a 5-meter radius. So if I do that, he flinches. I'm not talking like full, vet shout, high stagger, but, maybe have the weapon special on the chain weapons flinch or suppress enemies within 5 meters, or 4 meters. So, he's got to be there That's close enough that he could wind up a swing at me. I can still single out that fucker and give him a bad day. Jinox is soaking the lighter red variant. Fair enough. I use the other version myself for the heavy strike down. Chain axe still doesn't quite pull off a one shot. Despite that amount of time engagement and how openly you leave yourself, still takes 2 weapon specials. Say with chainsword. If I was running Bloodwetter on this chain axe, it could probably pull it off. But at that point you're getting into the blessing, a long time commitment that leaves you open to kill one enemy, whereas a dual sword can clear a small pack of them if they're close enough together, and if you have Uncanny Strike already sacked up, which you probably will. So, again, I think that chain weapons, they've gotten some love. I won't deny that. I'd like to see them get brought up a little bit more. I'd like to see their cleave improved. I'd like to see them get touched up just... I'd like to see them get buffed a little bit. The other one is way better, you say? I know that for this one, heavies are your horde cleared. So 2 heavies shared on light attacks. Still takes, well, then it takes 3. It has a little micro stagger on its swings. However, I also know that the light attack on miss no longer have enough stagger to knock Ragers out of their combos. Which is another matter entirely. So, that's what I think that we should get for chain weapons. I'd like to see weapon specials sped up a bit, and or have a little bit of a suppression or stagger on enemies nearby. Because you get better performance out of things that don't leave you open and vulnerable. So, the power sword combo of, you know, push attack into light follow-up, or powered push attack into light follow-up, 2 shots of crusher. Nice, safe, easy. Dueling sword. Just poke their head, Lamau. Knife. Just stab their head, Lamau. That's how I think it should be adjusted. Shockmail is fine. A lot of its blessings are kind of not good. Like, a timed block on the attacker. And grants you, you know, 25% melee strength, that's not nothing. As a 3-second cooldown. So, you block. See you, Cicada. So, you block a fucker. You time it. Like you would a parry. Then you stun that one. And then you can't use it again for 3 seconds. They could just remove the cooldown and have it refresh and you'd be fine. Would it be a little silly with stun and stuff? Sure. But you have to time your block, which means that you're not going to be stunning everything all the time. There are things that are just going to be getting improperly timed blocks. Or stuff like, you know, Ragers that double hit you, so you do your timed block and then still get tagged. But that'd make it better. High voltage. This is fine. It's better on Psyker because they've also got their Smite augment that lets your heavy attacks apply executed. So that lets you heavy them once and then follow as you wish. Electrocute should last a little bit longer so you can take advantage of it, but it's fine. Falter. That's pretty good. Except for the fact that it doesn't have any ranged components, so Ray's Stagger Shriek does nothing. But, you know, it's there. Stagger on weak spot enemies, weak spot hits getting bonus staggers. Pretty solid. It's a crowd control based weapon, so that's fine. Thrust is okay. Thrust is fine on most everything that it is on. That's fine. Hour Blow. It does that thing I like. Impact for a second and a half. 5 times. Or it stacks up 5 times. So, effect, duration, or effect on it, duration, stacks. Good design. Hammer Blow is fine. Skull Crusher. If you've already staggered them, you can deal bonus dodge too. Pretty good on this weapon in particular. Overwhelming Force. Staggering enemy has a 25% chance to stun them, with a 3.5 second cooldown. That's not very good, especially since that's mostly going to be trucking on poxwalkers and chaff enemies. Now, okay, they are not just staggered but stunned. Lovely. There's 50 other ones standing behind and beside them that are going to fill in to take their place. Well, the things that you would want to use it on. Good luck staggering these fuckers out of their combo. Good luck staggering those fuckers out of their combo. You can't stagger these fuckers unless they are after a charge and you're smiting. Then Smite will, you know, make them do their weird side shuffle dance. You can stagger any of these fuckers, but you'd want them dead, not stunned. Good luck staggering those fuckers once they've started shooting. Those fuckers you can stagger, but because of their shield, you'll probably just use a weapon special on them. Good luck staggering these fuckers outside of just using the weapon special, which in itself is stun. These fuckers could be staggered. These fuckers could be staggered. So, really what you're gonna be proking that on is this shit here, these fuckers, those fuckers, and these fuckers right here. You might proc it on some of these guys. Which, sure, that's fine. It's helpful, I suppose. You can proc it on the shotgunnies. Sure. You won't be applying it to the main things that are the actual threats. In melee, anyways. Which are gonna be Ragers, Crochers, and Bulwarks. And Reapers if you happen to be close to one. So, the fact that it's got a cooldown, and most of the time, if it procs, it's gonna be proccing on an enemy that doesn't matter. Well, it's just kinda not really worth using most of the time. How do I think we should adjust this? Well, I'd say for this, remove the cooldown. It's a low chance, it's a 1 in 4 chance to apply, but it's a 1 in 4 chance on stagger, which isn't guaranteed. Especially against, you know, the enemies that you would want this to stun. So I would say, remove the cooldown. Leaving it as, okay, when you stagger or chaff enemies, you get a 1 in 4 chance of stunning them in place. That's fine. But to be better at crowd control in the chaff, it's not going to be proccing against most of the other things reliably anyways, but it lets you single them out. Lets you single them out and then use a weapon special to stun them and then stun them with whatever else you want, like high voltage or something. Ranged weapons. I'm gonna start with my favorite weapon, the Hellbore Lasgun. So, we got some new blessings for this weapon. Armor Bane is 5. It gives you it applies a bit of brittleness to enemies that goes away the second you swap weapons off. It's fine. I wouldn't call it good, but it's okay. It's here, it's a viable option. For the Hellbore I use, it's not very useful because I want to be one-shot and two-shot and everything anyways, and this is good for the faster firing, lower damage versions. So you can apply this to it. I believe it is on SWAT. And SWAT that on the fast firing Hellbore with fucking rate of fire. You can open stuff up very quickly and easily. No respite. You get extra damage. Well, only 20% extra damage on hit on a staggered enemy. That's pretty much just here for people that are using the Hellbore as a spear. The Hellbore is a spear with a laser rifle equipped to it, which, that's fine. It's good for head poking shenanigans if you want to do a Krieg cosplay. In fairness, friends of the Hellbore mark, but it's okay. Their burst axe isn't a lot, and it's capped at 12, but on the Hellbore it's fine, I suppose. It's not very good. It's very good on the recon lasguns, because they can fire fast enough to actually stack it up effectively. But that's about it. We spot hits gain 60 cleave. That's pretty good. Kind of. Not really. Reason being, how many situations are you gonna be in where they've got their wee spots lined up for you? Like, alright, I can shoot that fucker in the head. It would hit the fucker behind him. Like there. Oh, shot him in the head. The other one was just out of line. Oh, shot him in the head, just out of line. Shot him. It would punch through and hit the one behind him, but not a weak spot. Time center of mass, I can just push through anyways. So, suggested changes for the Hellbore blessings. Increase this to +8 stats, capped at 16, for the Hellbores specifically. Hotshot. Gain up to, I'd say make it gain 10 to 50 cleave, based on charge time, not on weak spots. So you basically make it, okay, do charge shots down center of mass and upward, and you'll punch through in that one line. Simple as. Alternatively, but this give bonus weak spot damage. Give it, slap 10% weak spot damage on there. Sure, whatever. That'd be okay. Surgical. It's good on one version of the Hellbore, bad on the other two. Surgical's fine. I'd like it to tick a little bit faster, but it's fine. I use it. That's just how I have my Hellbore built. Weight of fire. This is pretty good. Counters synergize with surgical, so this is you're gonna be firing your Hellbore a lot. And don't care as much about crits and allo efficiency. And just want the raw damage, which is perfectly fine and justifiable, honestly, because it hits real fucking hard. But, you know, that's up to you. It's even better on the faster fire ones because then you get it up to very, very fast fire rates. Sustain fire. This is a poorly designed and blessing. It's not second, third, fourth, and subsequent ones. It is a fucking only the second, third, and fourth. No, the Hellbores, typically, you want to be lining up your shots, hopping heads somewhat methodically.
Are heavy.
So you are either waiting long enough for it to reset and it no longer be part of a selfie, or you're shooting enough that you're gonna be going past it and you'd have to wait for it to reset. Shoot, 4 shots and then stop. So, not very good. I would rather a opening shot. What's it called? Opening salvo, which gives you bonus strength on the first shot. That would be good for a more sniper, one shot, one kill style playthrough. Their playstyle, where it's okay, you line up your shot, bang. You take your time, line up your next one, with surgical, bang, you delete the next one. That'd be better. Sustain fire just as a blessing is not very good. It's 20% damage, which you can get elsewhere, and it's on 3 shots that require you to either reset or not. It's not good because you're either waiting long enough for the salvo to expire, or you're firing more shots in that salvo, in which case this stops being useful. Falter! This is mostly a Craig cosplay. You're using the weapon as a spear with a las gun attached to it, but pretty good. For that kind of thing, it's fine overall. I don't have any complaints about it. Now respite, you pair that with Falter and there you go. Go forth, have happy gas mask noises and stab fuckers in the head. Our bane I already talked about. I would like to see this changed from brittleness to rending. That I think would make it very, very good. You get up to, 30% rending? For a full charge? That would be good. That would make this weapon very, very, very good. Yeah. It would make it good at what it's supposed to do, which is anti-shooter and armor. That's how I'd like to see the Hellbore blessings adjusted. The beginner axe is fine, grind. It's just... it's fine. It's okay. It is a weapon in the game. It's not bad, it's not useless, but there are a lot better weapons that you'll get access to. See... the bolt pistol... bolt pistol's in a fine spot right now. I don't really have many complaints about the bolt pistol right now. I'd like to see its damage touched up just a tad. And they still need to fix the, handling issues with it. Cause it and the bolt gun both still have that weird sway issue where the recoil applies before the shot goes off. But they've reduced that a bit. So bolt pistol is mostly in a fine spot now. Or it needs hand cannon. I'd like to see a bolt pistol with hand cannon. Take that, branding on crit, and give to the bolt pistol? Sure. That'd be lovely. Maybe have that replace... actually, no, just put that on here. it's got room for it. I'd like to see the bolt pistol get hand cannon, that'd be good. The revolver's fine, it's not the dominant force that it used to be. The auto pistol has been gutted. I don't know what it needs, but needs help. At the same time, I'm kind of fine with it not being especially good. I know that it's good for suppression. It probably needs a bit more love, but I haven't given it that much thought, so... Recon Lasgun is in a fine spot, don't have many complaints. The Recon Lasgun versions need to be adjusted a little bit, like the still firing it, hard hitting one. Probably needs a little bit of a buff. Maybe give it a bit more penetration. Would it handle... I don't know. Would it handle slack like it handles unarmored? But it's fine otherwise. Vulcan's in a good spot right now. It's the premier boss killer. Or when it comes to stuff like Havoc. It does everything else decently. Its ammo is okay, it's fine. Heavy Wasp pistol is good. Especially on Psycho because you get that force push. I don't have really any criticisms for the last pistol, so it's good. Double barreled shotgun. You can do some memes with it. It kind of outclasses the combat shotguns. But I don't have much criticism for this weapon either. It's good at what it does. So, it's useful but not good. You can do some shenanigans with it, like the double barrel shotgun with a weapons build, which, like, you know, weapon specialist always prepared. Then you can just kind of turn it into a second melee weapon that clears a corridor. Its fall off is pretty steep, which fair. It's a sewn-off double barrel shotgun. That makes sense, but that's about the state that it's in. Combat shotgun is better at range. Again, the double barrel shotgun is pretty much a second melee weapon that you whip out to delete a pack of ragers. But that's about where it falls off. The combat shotguns are fine. I don't know. I feel like they aren't longer ranged enough to really be anti-shooter weapons compared to the double barrel. But they don't match up to the double barrel in close range. Hello, Sage. I feel like if you want a shotgun, you're not taking a shotgun to deal with shooters, you're taking a shotgun to deal with... That's it. Holy fuck, it's 40 fucking ragers. I need them dead. So you whip out the weapon specialist double barrel and send them to the warp. Whereas for the combat shotgun, it's like, well, you get more shots, sure, and you have better damage fall off, but not better enough damage fall off to use them in an engagement. So like, oh, there's a gunner over there, but say 20 meters away, combat shotgun's not going to be dealing with it very well. It can. It'll take you a few shots, but it's fine. It's a low-range club, pretty much. Like, they're not bad. They do nothing against carapace. So, and especially now that these fuckers right here have carapace torsos, I could see the shotgun struggling a little bit more with their main use case, which is delete rager pack. So, I don't know how exact reality just buffing them. Actually, you know what? Maybe keep the damage fall off on both of them. So like keep their dash fall off about 20 meters, keep this one's damage fall off about 10 meters. But you know what? Fuck it. Get them more penetration. Let them be the... Get in a Crusher's face, barrel stuff your double barrel right up under his chin and blow his head off. Let them be fairly short range, sure. High stagger, high second damage. Give them good flak, good carapace, good maniac, well, fine maniac, fine everything else, yada yada yada. Not good unyielding. But let them be a, okay, Crusher, shear. If you're using the combat shotgun, you start popping shells into his head. If you're using a double barrel, you get to right about shear. Just whip it out and bang. That I could see being good. Or, since the double barrel has 2 shots, you either pop off, both shells into his head. I feel like that should be a kill. Or, if you got the both barrels blessed, just whip it out, brace. Kapamabo. Dead Crusher. Let them be a close range. Now, bookshot be upon ye. That's what I'd like to see changed. The numbers specifically, I don't fucking know. I haven't felt that much digging into the backside, but I can see that being good. Like band stopper, hit and run is fine, scatter shot is fine. Scatter shot and man stopper are kind of funny as it combo. Death spit hitters got that good thing that I like. Actually, wait, no, that's just 5%. That's 5% strength that doesn't stack. Never mind, that needs to have like 5 stacks on it. Derefan Barrage, sure, close range kill. Hero speed, sure, whatever. Both barrels. That right there, put that on it for... Okay, that's a Crusher pack. You're all up. Just start blowing heads off. Lovely. Faint Bore, same thing. Those two would further incentivize you to get right up to shear. Make sure every tail is going into this fucker right shear. Just, you get this close to him. Brace, and blow his head off. I think that'd be good. That would give it a niche. Where, okay. Plasma gun is anti-armor from a long range, right? It has very good punch through. Get blesses for it, you can shear through a pack of most anything pretty well. It's heat mechanic and its glow reload, its ammo efficiency, that's what like balances the plasma gun a bit. It might still be a little bit too strong right now, but I don't think so. Double barrel is your... I don't care what it is, as long as it's not a boss. So, don't give it bonuses versus unyielding. But anything other than that, let it just delete it from the face of the planet. So, that's what I'd say we do for that. See, combat shotguns. I'd say both them in the same direction, but not as much. So, if we're saying, alright, with full bore at, 5 meters. Full bore, both barrels. But the double barrel, delete this. For the combat shotguns, I say, okay, you start shooting this fucker at 10 meters in the head. Let's say 4 shots with... What a big good option here. Does this have full bore as well? So start shooting him in the head with full bore, and should be like, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd say there, you ought to be dead. I'd say that to put these shotguns in a pretty good spot where they are. Anything within 20 meters? Actually, 20 meters is a bit far. Anything within 15 and then 10 meters dies. Either their damage falls off, as it does now. That's what I'd say we do. Also, thank you, Sage. I'm glad you like it. I'm very happy with how the model turned out. I don't use the auto guns any. I know that I think it's the Columnus Breast? I think that's the go-to one. That if you're not using infantry last gun, you use that. I don't have much to say about them. To my knowledge, they're okay, but not great. I mean, I think they should probably get a little bit of love somewhere, a little bit of internal balancing, but I'm not familiar enough with them to comment much on their internal balance between the different autogun types. Infantry lasgun needs some love. I can say that for a fact. It doesn't keep up with the volume of enemies or the damage requirements for it, especially as much armor as there is in the game. They're okay, but they need some love. Infantry last one needs a bit of love. Kinda just doesn't really have an identity right now. Like, they're kind of meant to be like an anti-shooter weapon, but like, okay. You can't deal with, gunners and shooters and all that kind of stuff very well. But it doesn't quite hold up as well as everything else. They're okay. But they could use a bit of love, I'd say. And so, hello! Thank you very much for this gifted subs, Trey. I appreciate it. Let's start to the hype train. I don't know what hype trains do. I should probably know that, given that I'm streaming, but I haven't seen it happen before, so I don't know what it does. In any case, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Let's see here. Last plasma gun. Plasma gun is the last weapon that I'll talk about for veteran. It's veteran's best weapon. Its only real weakness is ammo efficiency, but as Lisha mitigated if your team is playing around it and if you have survivalist fully loaded, so you can mostly get around that. Hello, Ryomi. Shattering impact. That's perfectly fine. It does, stacks will effect on hit. Debuff as duration has max stacks. Lovely. Crit. Oh, thank you, Triggered. Oh, that's all it does? Well, yeah, that's fine. I don't think I have much of a presence on the Twitch page because I have my account flag as, like, 18 plus, so I don't think it'll recommend me. But I do definitely appreciate it. And I'm doing well, Yomi. How are you? Yeah. So, Shattering Impact, good blessing design. I'm fine with it. Values are fine. It gets used. Power Blast. It's okay. You aren't using your charge shots on Plasma Gun very much. And you don't have a whole ton of crit synergy on Plasma Gun in particular, but it's fine, I guess. Crit chance. Scales through your heat up to 50%, also increases range crit damage. This is very good. Up to 50% crit chance. And 10% bonus crit damage. Lovely, crit. This would be your crit synergy for Plasma Gun. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, Ryomi. I am yapping about balance in Darktide. I'm doing it weapon class by weapon class, character by character. Gets hot, very good. Volatile. Charge speed on low overheat stacks up to 5 times. That's fine unless you get going quicker, I suppose. Blaze away. If you say 20-second crushers, this'll come in handy. Otherwise, it's okay. It's not the best, but it's fine. Rising heat. Strength that scales with heat. Bears well with gets hot. Warrior Hunter. Not usually necessary, special and veteran. Because you've got more toughness coming in on elite or specialist kill, and you've got shout. But more toughness is more toughness, I suppose, if you had to pick something. Reduce heat generation on critical hit. Pair that with that, and congratulations. You get to high heat and you play like a peril psyker. Where you get to high perils, then just pop off some shots, vent a little bit, pop off some shots, vent a little more. And so on. Optimize crew length. Increase charge speed, scale and inversely with heat level. So, the lower your heat level, the faster it charges, the higher the heat level, the faster it charges. Or slower it charges. Oh, there's a hype box. Sure that means. What an emote. Tit. Honestly, Plasma Gun is the strongest weapon on Veteran. How would I change it though? Plasma is at a fine spot. Its performance against enemies is where that should be, I think. Its ammo economy is at a fine spot where if you spec to minimize it, you can mostly use it, and if you get all the ammo pickups, so that's fine. Its punch through is good. I'm fine with that. I think the only thing I would say maybe slow down its draw speed. So, alright, so holding old fire here. I swap out where it takes a bit to get ready. And this is with me having one motion. If I swap over to a Plasma Gun that I haven't really set up, but it is ready significantly faster than the Hellbore Last Gun, which is a worse weapon. So I would say slow down its button swap speed. Cause the other heavy weapons, like the bolter takes longer to pull out. Hellbore Lasgun, which fills a similar niche but does it worse, also takes longer to pull out. So I'd say slow the plasma gun's draw time down to be closer to that of the bolter. I said that'd be a good way to not got it, not nerf it because its performance, it's had one, all that's fine. Well, not it's hard light. It's utility and its performance, its ammo, efficiency, its clear, all that's fine. Leave that untouched. Make it a little bit slower to pull out because right now, it's a bit too quick. For it being in the heavy weapon category, it's a little bit too quick to draw. I think that's the only thing I would change on it. That covers everything for veteran, I think. As far as your talent points go, veteran's tree is greedy as fuck. It takes so many points to get to the bottom. That, especially with how bottom heavy the veteran's tree is, okay, if you go in last ones, you need to go over here, then 1, 2, 3 at least. 4, because you always want the superiority complex. You always need to spend 3 points here to get Iron Will. And at that point, it's okay, well, you can get one of these. Usually your Ghost Revelist Iron Fire Team, because it chains off of Grenade Tinker, and because usually I rely on someone else having Survivalist. But, it takes so many points to get down to the bottom and even get a keystone and then try to get any augments for it that it's just riff. The firm kill should be on top. Well, it's in line with the others because, okay, 2 points to get Exorate and Takedown, 2 points to get Confirmed Kill, 2 points to get Out for Blood. If they flip-flopped Close Order Drill and Confirmed Kill, then sure. But the thing is, you'd probably still want Close Order Drill because that's a lot of toughness down reduction you can get access to. And you pair that with the Talto Top is not that good. I mean, in Havocs and stuff, a steady 3% toughness down reduction, slap that on with Iron Will, which is another 50%. Mix it in with a Zouch is giving you 15% from Benediction. You've got some toughness down reduction there that you'll be taking because you're going shout. And you wind up with a good bit of toughness down reduction. It might be a little bit redundant or Damnation or Terrors, but still. It gets to the point where you can take a normal Arc Damnation sniper shot without going toughness. If you have full toughness and you are with your group, you can outright tank a sniper shot without losing your toughness. Or taking any bleed through damage. I don't know. Big issue with the veteran skill tree is that it's so bottom heavy because it's okay, you want to come down here for sure. You want to come down here for sure. And in most builds, you want to go down here, which is a lot of points invested. But the problem is that so many of veterans' fights are so good. That's just, well, to justify. Then the veterans' keystones are fine, but they're not good enough to justify losing out and everything else. Like, Weissman's Focus. It's good. It's got a lot of good potential. But would I rather have that or 20% damage to organs and monstrosities? Would I rather have that, or would I rather have 50% reduced toughness damage when I'm at high toughness? Would I rather have this, or would I rather have, I don't know, a grenade every minute, or every kill I get gives me 5% toughness back? So, it's like, well, whatever. And then beyond that, it's like, okay, yeah, there's other ones you can take. And it's like, the augments for it are fine. Like, camouflage's okay, sure, whatever. But Rich Assassin would be better. Chink in their armor is just this, but worse. And this isn't especially good. Tunnel vision is really not good, because that stuff is replenishment, which is 5% of your coherency region, which is like 2 per second at base when nothing is in melee with you. The restored stamina's fine, but it's not enough to offset Deadshot. You need to get tactical awareness. You pretty much always want Iron Will. Bring it down's good. Focus target's pretty good. And if you were not using a las weapon, you could drop Shock Trooper, that frees up a point, that gets you down here. You could drop Rending Strikes, and that lets you get to the augment, so you could drop those and get that. Sure, that's fine. If you grab some of the augments here, you could trim it down a bit. That's pretty much set in stone. You could drop out Opening Salvo, add reload speed, so you could, drop out that if you weren't using a last weapon, and you could finish this out. Which, that'd be all well and good. Going for a weapon specialist build is really where you get locked into things, though. Because then all of this is pretty static. You usually drop a long shot. Oh, that's fine. And that lets you get down to this. You could... let's say normally you'd come down survivalist instead with get back in the fight. But let me drop that, put that there. And now you could do on your toes and invigorated if you wanted that, but otherwise you have to drop those out and you can get that much, which is nice, sure. But at that point, it's like, alright, well, everything you want is at the bottom, and you have to splash into those, because you always want your bonus damage versus elites, you always want your extra ammo, you always want more weak spot damage, you always want your only cooldown ability, you always want that bonus toughness damage reduction to keep you alive. And then you're specking through your melee stuff to get to Weapon Specialist. And you have 1 point, so you get all with prepared, which is what you want. And at that point, you've got no place for anything else. So... the tree... or this particular tree is very long and very points hungry. And... there's just not much that prevents that. Honestly, they probably need to take a fair bit of this and shove it farther up. So, make this okay. There's 3 options here. There's 3 options here. There's 3 options here. 3 options here. 3 options here. 3 options here, which would make it a bit better balanced. But that'd also make you have to go wide a lot. I don't know. There's a lot to deal with here. Maybe the better consolidation is like take this, this, and have all 3 of these chain into the same one. And have it be just a toughness node. Take this 5% damage and shove it up here and make that a 10%. Veteran tree needs a bit of work. I'd have to spend more time on it and like get busy in fucking Microsoft Paint and build up okay, this is how I would change it and what I would move where and how, and this is how many points it would cost to get to the bottom, and here's all you could grab with it, etc. That'd take more effort than what I'm doing today, which is just, you know, general yapping about balance. But that's it for Veteran. Let's go to Psycho next.
You are a curious.
I covered most of the universal weapons already, so let's just go to the Psycho special weapons. Blaze Force Sword. But take care, Sage. I'll see you later. So Force. So the Blaze Force Swords. They're in a pretty good spot right now, honestly. They've got Deflector, they've got Shred, they've got Executor. This is for your crit, of course. This is for this more respawn hits. It's very good on the Deimos and the Oisi. Oscuris has gotten both, but it's still not really worth using. So, it's what it is. Exorcist. Don't really need this, but it's there, I suppose. Impulse, it's good. Impulse and Shred are both good. It's up to you on which one you want to use. Precog. Very good. Finesse damage. Lovely. Superiority. It's a little brother version of Veteran's Confirmed Kill on your melee weapon, which is fine, I suppose. If you're melee with Maulers, or you gap close on some gunners, or some shotgunners, or you're having to melee some rangers, or, you know, bulwarks, and that's fine. Deimos is good at it, Oisi's fine at it, so I can make it work. But you're usually doing fine. Oh wait, no, that's strength, not... That's strength, not, toughness. Never mind. That's... okay. See, it stacks up 3 times, that'll be what? 37.5% strength? It's okay. That'll be okay. But they're seeing not very good. Except on the Elise. But even then, still not really worth it. But it's okay. Spluttra! It's good. Makes your heart clear more gooder. Alicia especially likes this one. Uncanny Strike. Uncanny Strike is incredibly good right now. It's very, very good on the Deimos. It's also pretty good on the Alicia because it's very good at dealing with hordes. So, you slash heads, stack up Uncanny Strike, gives you a good better ending for dealing with anything else that's, like, mixed in with the horde. So, some Maulers, some Ragers, some Crushers that let you swing at them and actually get some damage there. Blazing Spirit! I'll come back to this one because it gets done a little talk. Unsable Power! You gain strength, scale with peril. Pop Square's Gaze or spam the Force Activation on the Alicia. Since it's the only one that doesn't walk in place like a chain weapon. And there you go, more strength. Much like with the chain weapons. Let me swap this over to the Deimos. It has the issue of, okay, you're locked in place, but it takes much faster, albeit for less damage. But the weapon as its base is good enough elsewhere that it can get by with it. Do I think that the Force Activation could use a buff? Maybe a bit. At least for the Deimos and the Obscurus. For everything else, it's fine. For our targets, the Alicia doesn't do much. But for the Deimos, the Obscurus, it's fine. It could probably use a little bit of a buff. But how they decide to buff it is up to them. Main one I want to talk about is the one that I care about, which is Blazing Spirit. So, on crit, enemies gain 4 stacks of Soul Blaze to maximum 12. 4 stacks of Soul Blaze does nothing to them, it's inconsequential damage. It's just there to proc your Soul Blaze riders, which are in your talent tree. I'll get to that when I get there. I would like to see this buffed. So, the Inverted Staff can apply up to 16 stacks of Soul Blaze. If I come here, Infernal Staff, I inspect it, then on Baron, last damage over time stacks, 15 it says. Okay, so it applies up to 15 stacks of Baron. I think that it actually applies 16, but whatever. So, that right there is already higher, just from you using your staff. And it doesn't have an activation cost. Doesn't require a crit, nothing. Okay. Sure. There is also the Void Blast staff that has access to Brazen Spirit. 4 stacks on crit. That's fine. On the ranged weapons, that's fine. Void Strike I think also has it, but Void Strike is gonna be killing them if you crit, so Blazing Spirit doesn't wind up getting activated. But on the melees specifically, I want this to be a situation where, okay, the melee version of this lesson is different from the ranged version. Because we've seen them do different values on different blessings for different weapons. So if I go to the chainsword here, and I go to bloodletter, plus 14 bleed stacks from special attacks, right? The chain axe has plus 16. And the Zealot's Eviscerator has plus 6. So they can have 3 different weapon types. The Blessing has different effects. So, I would like them to do the same thing here. So, for melee weapons, Blazing Spirit plus 8 stacks of Soul Blaze on crit to a maximum of 16. So it adds the same cap as the Inferno Staff, and it reaches it with 2 crits. 2 crits is probably going to kill whatever you're swinging unless it's a heavy enemy, in which case you get to benefit from the Soul Blaze. I would also like them to get us it 5% crit chance as part of the blessing to mirror the blessing surge, which is 2 shots on primary critical hit plus 5% rage crit chance. So you take that, you do the same kind of thing for the Blaze Force sword. 8 stacks of Soul Blaze on critical hit, maximum of 16 stacks, plus 5% melee crit chance. Or leave this one as, or let's say make the Blaze Force sword plus 6 stacks of Skull Blaze on critical hit to a maximum with cross stacks, and plus 5% melee crit chance. For the Blaze Force Greatsword, give it, it regains, 8 stacks of Soul Blaze on crit, up to 16, plus 5% melee crit chance. I think that'll be good. For the Force Greatsword, Deflect is fine, Wrath is good, Shred is fine, Riposte is fine. All these, they enable a crit playstyle. Lovely. The Cleave is comfy. Not needed if you're going warp splitting, but it's comfy. Precod. It's a finesse weapon, so finesse damage. Lovely. Great. Momentum. You don't really need that extra bit of toughness because Psychic Jittery's toughens out the feckin' wazoo, but it's there, so it's an option. Midas Tranquility. You could take this, Ord, and hear me out. You could just take my Crack of Bone. Just the same thing on one wee spot kill, and further reduces peril generation. So it has an Ether activation cost, gives you the same benefit, and then some more. So, not really needed here. Blaze of Spirit I already went over, Unsayable Power. It's good. You want to be at high peril anyways, so you just take the free damage cleat and stagger. It's good. Watch Slice! You can make this work. It's definitely got some potential. But please, Fat Shark, for the love of the Emperor, make this work with this. Because a critical strike activated by Warp Slice will not apply Blazing Spirit. Not all the ways. Not on the fucking actual hitbox of it. Because the Blaze Force Greatsword's activation has a hitbox. If I'm here, it does hit him.
Did you know that?
But a Warp Slice guaranteed crit will not activate it. If it's a natural crit, then the actual Dardite hit will actually apply Soul Blaze. So, They should adjust that, in my opinion. Change that a bit. As for weapon balance, dual sword is fine as is. Blaze Force swords are fine. Honestly, they're pretty good. Blaze Force Greatsword is a nice little weapon. I love it a lot. I would like to see... maybe give it a little bit of sprint speed. That'd be nice. I can't think of many other weapons, or melee weapons whatsoever, that just don't have any sprint speed bonifier to it. Just give it like a plus, I don't know, +1 sprint speed while you're using it. That'd be cozy. But that's not really necessary either. That's about the only criticism or complaint that I have for it. And then just the changes to Blaze and Spirit. Most everything else is fine. Maybe not good, but fine. Magic Tranquility would probably need to be 15% peril for it to be useful as a legitimate peril quelling tool. Because then you could do by Crack of Bone, Murderous Tranquility, and probably Wrath or Shriekog. And have, or just Unstable Power actually. Unstable Power add Warp Rider, which Scryer's Gaze, by Crack of Bone, Murderous Tranquility, could be very silly for a, you know, minute long, minute and a half Scryer's Gaze. You can really feel the slow moment speed. Aye, you can. Coming to the Psycho's Tree. Perilous Combustion is fine. It's not especially good, but it gives you a source of Soul Blaze. It's okay, I usually prefer Battle Meditation, in this build in particular I've got both. It does have a small dodge range, but I'm fine with it having a short dodge. Because it's good most everywhere else. Problem is that it's competing with Dueling Sword as a jack of all trades with good anti-heavy and anti-boss. But Dueling Sword has Tactical Axe dodges and Combat Blade sprint speed. And the Blaze Force Greatsword has short dodges. So kinda sucks. Heck, the dodge range sucks. But that's okay. Like, even one that's not really spec for it, I can still 4-shot Crushers, which if I had built for it, I could 2-shot it. Actually, I think I could. Bye. If I had built for it, I could probably 2-shot Crushers. I believe I've seen that they can hit those breakpoints. Just, this one isn't built for that. So, Balance Combustion is kinda fine, but it's not that many stacks, and I think it's got a low cap, if I recall seeing correctly. Metal is incredibly good. Warp expenditure needs to be doubled. Make that 5% toughness for every 10% generated. Then it matches Quietude. Because that's 5% for each 10% quelled. You're gonna be quelling more than you're gonna be generating. Especially if you go down the left side of the tree. So, warp expenditure needs to be 5%. Or they need to make this 3% and make this 3% as well. Split the difference between them. That'd be fine. Warp timing. It's good on the build set. It's good on. It's not useful otherwise. Soul Skewer. Fine. Good. Strong. Battle Meditation is fine. It's a 10% chance that will proc a fair bit. Kinetic Flare is not good. Faggot has a 15-second cooldown, has a 10% chance to hit, and can't proc while at critical peril. It's very simply just not good. Leave the cooldown. No, not leave the cooldown. Leave the low chance, remove the cooldown. And then I could see it being okay. Kinetic Resonance is good for some machine gun brain burst builds. It's pretty funny. Smite is a can of worms. People that like it or don't like it, who think it's the best thing or the worst thing, it's fine. It's a useful tool. It doesn't do much damage, but if you round the corner and see 12 crushers hanging out, it's the best option to get you out of that situation. Lightning Storm, useful for making Smite better. Charge Strike. It doesn't do much damage, but it applies Electrocute, which then applies Enfeeble. Enfeeble is okay, but it's not much damage. But it helps your allies. It's pretty bad. Honestly, you'll take it because you're taking Smite, but they should make that 20%, then it would actually be a meaningful increase. A slight increase, but a meaningful one. Charge Strike is pretty much just there for proccing Enfeeble. And it will synergize with the Shotmo, so you could do a Smite, Enfeeble, Charge Strike, Shockmo build. Which is a lot for a gimmick for a mediocre weapon. And not really worth it. Assail! Assail is good! Assail is fun! Assail is on the wrong side of the tree to access Psychic Sword, which means that you don't really ever have a reason to take it. If they put it all in one talent, that's okay. Fair enough. Psyker's got the talent poised to spare usually, though. Psychic can get away with taking that if they're going down that. No, my issue is that if you go Assail, you can't access this. But I'll get to that in a moment. For Assail, quick shards, ethereal shards, those are good. If you're running Assail, and you're not just taking it to come down the side of the tree for some fucking reason, then you want both of these. That's fine. Wildfire is not good. It's in this build, but Wildfire isn't good. When an enemy dies while affected by Soul Blaze, nearby enemies each gain up to 4 stacks of Soul Blaze. They cannot gain more stacks than the dying enemy have. Still, what this does is it takes these stacks of Soul Blaze on a target and distributes it between nearby enemies. So, if target dies with 4 stacks of Soul Blaze because you procced Blazing Spirit on them, then when they die, 4 enemies around them will each gain 1 stack of Soul Blaze. The stacks of Soul Blaze in the supplies cannot go above 4. So if you're using an Inferno Staff, this does nothing. Because, well, you're going to be getting them up to 15 or 16 stacks of Soul Blaze. This can't apply more than 4. So it does nothing. And if you're doing what I'm doing, which is a melee Soul Blaze Blade Spirit build, then it is useful as it is your only option of spreading Soul Blaze beyond directly hitting them. And beyond killing elites, so you just use it as a primer. So it's just a feckin'... You use it like a primer in Warframe to apply elemental damage, or status effects to them to use Condition Overload. Thank you for coming by, Sukaira. Have a good one. But unless you specifically doing that kind of shenanigan, wildfire is fucking worthless. How do I think we should change it? Well, move the cap. Move the cap, and that should be fine. I'm fine with it only being able to spread 4 stacks of Soul Blaze. But those 4 stacks go on top of something else. So, you're using your Infernus stuff. You're cooking down a horde. You get an enemy at the front to 16 stacks, and everything behind it's at 16 because it pierces. Okay. An enemy dies that has 16. You take those 16 and spread it out. Now, 16 enemies nearby it have 17 stacks. Rinse and repeat, and it lets you take it from, okay, your previous cap was 16 stacks. Now your cap is 20 stacks because your wildfire stacks go on top of it. That right there would be enough. I'd be fine with that. Make it so that it can stack on top of other things, and it's fine. Psychonetic Sora. One of the best talents in the game. Certainly one of the best well, probably the best psyker talent in the game. When you, the psyker, get a takedown or get a kill on an elite or specialist, you and your allies' ability cooldowns are reduced by 5%. Lovely. Great. Perfect. The Pac-Man, this is right here, is why you don't usually run a sale. Because if you take a sale, you can't take this. It's that simple. Mind in motion, this does nothing. If you're using a staff, this does nothing. This is only useful for quelling while using your blitz or a melee weapon. And all it does is not reduce your move speed. Mind you, you can quell while sliding. So, if you do something as simple as that. Oh, looky there. I am maintaining momentum while quelling. What? I grab a build that has that. Actually, this build doesn't have. Let me just drop that. So. Oh, I can walk while crawling. Lovely, lovely. Right, so if I then just set you a staff. Wait, I need to take that off. So, I do not have mind in motion. But because I'm using a staff, my movement speed isn't reduced while I'm quelling. So if you're using a staff, mind in motion actually does nothing. So, this talent right here has exactly 2 use cases, one of which is you're quelling in melee, which if you're quelling in with a melee weapon out, you can just use this instead. Or just not use your weapon special. So, you are going to be quelling with your melee weapon out, and even if you were, you can just slide. You can also use it for a blitz. Which, it's on the same side as a sail. So you're going to be throwing out your shards or mixing them in while you're using your weapons to get your peril up and to proc my weapon momentum, perfect timing. Well, to benefit from perfect timing. All that kind of stuff. And then you're going to be switching to a gun. Or a melee weapon. I mean, shooting or swinging. So you're not going to be falling then. So mind in motion does nothing. It's a dead talent. Malefic momentum, on the other hand, is pretty good. Problem is it's along the opposite side of the tree from Psychonetic Sora. So, unless you go smite, and then spend 2 points to get to it, then you can't take it, usually. But it's pretty good. Up to 20% damage on, or up to 20% warp damage after getting a non-warp based kill. Up to 20% non-warp damage after getting a warp based kill. That's pretty good. I would run it in this build if I could fit it, but I can't, so I don't. But that's pretty good. Especially if you are doing a guncyker, like a full guncyker. And then you can run a sail. You lose out on this, which sucks, but you can't do that. We can run a sail, Malefic momentum, and then you shoot a bit, toss out some sail shards, get your penalty in. You go back to shooting, your peril goes down, and then you assail some more. And you basically weave a sail and your shooting together, so you're swapping between them. Kind of like Weapon Specialist Veteran. You can also use it as a melee primer, so you use your staff, or assail or smite, and you just throw it out to get your peril up and get some kills. 5 kills, at least. But then you swap to your melee and go chopping. You chop them up a bit for, what's it, 8 seconds, so you swap back, and now you take your freshly puffed warp damage and use that. Or in the Blaze Force Greatsword, you hack and slash to get your warp damage up, then use it on the Void Strike. For the, like, warp slash attack. Coming down here! So, wield speed. This is not weapon swap speed. This is specifically the how long it takes to ready your weapon. It's also on the wrong side of the tree from the rest of the weapon packs. Big Bishard swap or move somewhere usable, Anticipation and Peril's Assault? Maybe. Aye, if they moved Anticipation and Peril's Assault around, that'd be fine. The only reason you take Peril's Assault is to get to things behind it. Channel Force and Impaired Shock are both good for, like, machine gun staff builds, pretty much. Where you do your primary attack a bunch. So, like, Surge Staff, that's the main one. Void Strike Staff can be pretty good with it too. Void Blast Staff. I'm sorry, Electrokinetic Staff. But they're good. They're good for staffs. Is it you want your staff to be your primary? Sure. Lightning Speed. 10% melee attack speed. Phenomenal. Lovely. Every class has it. Except I think maybe Orgrin. Orgrin might not have it. But it's good. Love it. Wonderful. You have to make a macro? Sad, honestly. Soul Drinker. Good for Soul Blaze. Very good on the inverted stuff. You kill enemies? You kill an enemy that has Soul Blaze on them. Doesn't have to be your Soul Blaze, but you have to be the one to kill them. You have 5% toughness back and you gain 5% crit chance for 5 seconds. Doesn't stack? Doesn't matter, you've got enough. Good for Blazing Spirit, because it gives you crit chance. And you want to be applying Soul Blaze. Time killing enemies with Soul Blaze. This is the only thing that makes wildfire even vaguely useful. Still not enough to make it good. But Soul Drinker is very good. It's also on their own side of the tree from all the other Soul Blaze because there's Perilous Combustion, Wildfire, and Creeping Flames. And farther down, we've got In Fiery Blind. But then Soul Drinker is over here. So it's on the wrong side of the tree, pretty much. War Splitting. 100% cleave based on Sky. That's very good. You can take this if you're using a Blaze Force Greatsword or something and you don't want to take Wrath on it. It also works on the ranged weapons as well, because that's not melee cleave, that's all cleave. So, if you got something you want to be able to shoot and shoot through things, this works. Very good. By Crack of Bone, I don't have any changes for that. Worst point, I don't have any changes for that. Kinetic Presence should be 10%, not 7.5%. That'll make this solid. Fuse Presence. The best one. You should take this every time unless someone else already has it. 5% crit shots. Lovely. Veterans like crit. Zealots like crit. Like crit. You like crit. Take it. If someone else has Fuse Presence. Otherwise, you take Fuse Presence. It's fine. I'll look for some. Not good. It's when an ally in coherency, so within 8 meters of you, gets knocked down. You replenish 5% of your toughness, as do your other allies that are also in coherency. So that applies when an ally no farther than this from you gets downed. Then you and your other allies that are also no farther than that and I see shit. Okay, so this is an ally. They get downed. I and my allies that are no farther than that from me all get all arch off this back. It's bad. There's no reason to take this. Don't do it. That would need to be global. So, okay. Here, your newer friend, here play with his blades out. He's run off, he's got himself downed. You and your allies get all your toughness back. That'll be fine. 5% is low, but crit gets out of control. Like, Zelt can hit 85% crit chance, no problem. If they buff this to 10%, that'd be too strong. If they made it 7.5%, I can see that being okay. Maybe get another 2.5% crit chance. Let it compete with CS Presence because 7.5% crit chance is worth considering, but cooldown reduction is still going to be better. On with the warp. You gain at minimum 10% toughness down reduction up to 33% based on current peril. You want high peril anyways, so that's good. Empathic Evasion. Getting a critical hit of any kind makes you count as dodging against ranged attacks for 1 second. So, if you get a critical hit in melee or in ranged, you're now immune to enemy ranged attacks for 1 second. Very, very good. Anticipation gives you 1 extra dodge. Also makes your dodge duration longer. So, when you dodge, you have a little bit of iframes during it. That enemy's tracking breaks. So if they're winding up a swing at you and you dodge, so let's say this gunner is me and he's standing here and I'm swinging, and he dodges, then if he dodges too early, then I might track back onto him and swing and hit him. if he dodges too late, then I hit him, obviously. But if he dodges right, then I will continue to swing and miss after he misses.
Oh, you shouldn't. I'm not your keeper.
And the dodge duration extends that time frame, so he can dodge rather early, but I would still just swing there. That's what it gives you. The best comparison I can think of is like in a Souls-like game, it's going from medium roll to light roll. The more impactful part of it is that it gives you an extra dodge, so on a weapon like the dueling sword that has 5 dodges, you now have 6 dodges that are even better than they already were. That's fine. On the like base war swords, you know, you've got 6 dodges. That are actually better than a dueling sword dodge. And for the Force Great Swords, you get 5 dodges that are better than they were, but still short. Actually, not that I've seen that. Maybe for the Blaze Force Greatsword, they need to just take the dodge penalty off. Make the scaling from like minus. Make the scale from like -5 to +5. Not. Wait. I think that now that I've seen that. Okay, I think maybe the dodge distance penalty on the Blaze Force Greatsword is a little bit too much. Okay. Another adjustment to that Blaze Force Greatsword. Lower the dodge penalty a little bit. I knew that it had bad dodges. I thought that there were comparable bad dodges. I didn't realize the Force Swords had better dodges than Dueling Sword. You dodge 2.5 meters? I say sure.
Is there anything more tedious than the chatter of politicians?
Is that actually true? Aye, so it is. Alright, yeah, maybe they need to lower the dodge penalty a little bit on that. Abilities, I don't have much to say. And then Warp Rupture. It's not worth taking. Like, Creeping Flames does more damage than Warp Rupture. And it does more damage in just a few ticks. That should be... They should change this to be like, you deal % max health damage. Or they just need to crank the numbers way the fuck up. Because... Don't take Warp Rupture. Because it washes you out of Creeping Flames, and it just does less damage. See. Innovating Threshold is not very good. But you take it to get Busted Shield, and you use Busted Shield with Kinetic Resonance to turn your Brain Burst into a machine gun. So, it's got its little gimmick. It's not worth using otherwise. Sanctuary and Thokan Dome are both good and fine. Don't have any adjustments for that. Skraz Gaze, don't have any adjustments requested for that. Other than maybe having more food be baked in, but then it's giving you a lot of stuff for just 1 point. So don't have any changes for that. No changes for that. Puppet Master, you aren't in coherency isn't impactful enough. Cheer. We're taking this instead of that, so or Prider is fine. It's good. You want to take it any time that you can fit it in. Crystalline will leads to some funny shenanigans you can do, where you can be a loyalist potburster pretty much. But that's about it. Kinetic deflection is pretty good. Give you some additional safety. And Tranquility through Slaughter is your go-to gunpsyker thing if you're using, the auto gun or a recon las gun. You take this. You can take both. If you're running stamina, that you can get by without it. If you have stamina and collect deflection, then you can take anything for fucking years. If you don't run stamina and you're on like triple toughness or something, or 2 toughness and 1 health, then you probably want this to block with peril instead. This is just bad. You're this, your peril generation, so that's not especially helpful, especially with how many other peril generation reductions you get. And because your main source of, toughness regeneration is quelling peril, and potentially regenerating it, but that should be buffed. So you want to generate more peril so you can quell more peril so you can get toughness back. This is alright. You generate less peril. And you get less toughness back. And this is one of those situations where it's inconsistent because that toughness replenished is not your coherency regen toughness. That is the actual toughness that you replenish. Like everywhere else where it says toughness replenished. So that's not good. So you're generating less peril, which generates less toughness. So there's less peril for you to quell, sure, it's less toughness. And then the toughness that you generate from generating and quelling peril is reduced by another 30%. Penetration of the Soul should give you 10% rending on warp attacks when above 75% peril, which is very niche and not especially strong. It's also bugged, and it currently does nothing. But it's better than this. So I'd rather spend a 1 point talent tax that does nothing than any of this. My opinion, this should be 20%, almost 75%, and it should be scaling, or it should be that 10% rending when above 50%. Just because it's got such a narrow window of activation, and it provides such a marginal benefit, those are what I think it should give instead. And this they should also just remove the 30% toughness replenished. Why flip it to a positive? Minus 40% peril generation, 30% bonus toughness replenished. Would that be too strong? Yeah, probably. But is it better than an active nerf? Everything down here is fine. In a Tranquility, you don't usually want because you want to be generating peril and not, reducing it. Psychic Vampire isn't very good. Especially because if you're coming down the west side of the tree anyways, you're gonna want to grab Creeping Flames, and then Creeping Flames will just make Infire Reborn automatically do more. And you're gonna be killing enough elites and specialists. So, Psychic Vampire might as well not exist. Well, battery's good. Everything else down here is fine. Essence Harvest is okay. It's fine. Or red is good, don't have to adjust it. Crystal Melt, don't have to adjust it really. Only thing I could say would be slap 2 wounds into it. Overload, Blood to repairs the warp, no longer knocks you down, but you still take the appropriate damage. You also have +2 wounds. That'd make it better. Then you could really do a feckin' martyrdom psyker, which would be very funny. I mean, fuck, I cleared Haddock 40 with a martyrdom psyker. And an Orgrin. And I think the other lad was... I don't remember if he was another zealot or he was another veteran. Or I don't remember if he was a veteran or another zealot. Because I was on zealot. I don't remember which, but... that'd be kind of funny. Sure, aim is pretty good on some weapons. So, the way true aim works is after you get 5 weak spot hits, your next ranged attack is a crit. Importantly, they don't have to be ranged hits. So, my next ranged attack is a weak spot, or is a guaranteed crit. I can chop heads, get all. Bang! 5 stacks, whip it out. Pulp a cap in a fucker. Simple. You can use it like a weapon specialist for Psyker. If you're going melee focused. If you're using one of the burst fire auto guns, or a fully automatic, or like the columnist auto gun, or a recon las gun, you crit in bursts, so this kinda does nothing for you. Hello, Francine! Thank you for their aid! Hello, Raiders! Welcome to the stream. It's lovely to meet you all. I am yapping about integral balance of weapons and stuff in Darktide. I've gone through the veteran, now I'm getting on to Psyker. Well, wrapping up Psyker. War crimes are the best times. I mean, as a Night Lord's enjoyer, we refer to it as the Geneva Checklist. Also, as an Irish woman from, well, born in 1840, who has been through both the wars at the, Irish Revolution and the Troubles, war crimes are a specialty of mine. But it's only a war crime if it's an actual war, so I can get by. Bit of Irish wisdom for you. If you are making an explosive of the vehicular variety, connect it to the brakes, not to the ignition. Anyways, before I say anything else that'll get me banned, alright? Surety of arms is pretty good. I don't see any reason to change this. It's fine. Herald Providence, I'd say make that a 50% chance and lower it to 10%. Hi, Krelling? Well, I wouldn't call myself the founder of the IRE, just a part of it. Thank you, Francine. If you have to dash to go get yourself something to eat or drink after your stream, by all means, don't feel obligated to stay. Just hope it went well. and I hope to see it again in the future. If I had the actually, do I have the shoutouts feature set up? I do not. I will have to set up a shoutout feature. Because that's not something that I've gotten around to doing yet. But I'll give you a follow back once I get done streaming. Anyways, as I was saying, that surety of arms is pretty good. It speeds up your reloads. Makes a lot of weapons cozier, and helps you keep Scryer's gaze active longer? Kind of. It generates peril, but if you're using a columnist or a recon, you can then take that chunk of peril and fire it back down pretty quick with tranquility through slaughter, so you can kind of get by with that. For Disrupt Destiny, I'd say make that 50% chance to quell and make it only 10%. Or make a 50% chance and 7.5% peril. I'd say that'd probably be pretty good. That'd make it worth taking more so than the 20% chance. As is, perfectionism is kinda just better than lingering influence. Cause Disrupt Destiny itself is wild and incredibly good at base. It's not that hard to get benefits of the perfectionism with Cruel Fortune, cause you get one headshot and you've got 3 stacks. And this winds up being better than Lingering Influence because of that. Because, okay, each stack lasts for 4 seconds, right? This now turns it into each weak spot kill on a target gives you 3 stacks, which lasts 12 seconds. So that gives you 12 seconds with 3 stacks, as opposed to 30 seconds with 3 stacks. But this gives you almost double the amount of stacks that you can have. It's what? Fuck with the math all that. 60% increase-ish? It's a little bit more than time and a half. But the main thing is it takes your max duration to, 90 seconds? So a minute and a half it should get up to full stacks before they all fall off. And this one gives you 150 seconds max duration, which is pretty significant, sure. But the damage bonuses you get from, stacking that up another 10 times, it's just worth it to go perfectionism into Cruel Fortune and go for the weak spot kills. Especially with the weapons that you want to be using with this sort of thing, so, your dueling sword, your fucking columnist autogun, your recon las gun, your a list of precision crit weapons here. You want to be going for weak spots on them anyways, and they're usually pretty good at scoring weak spot kills. So, Lingering Influence is fine if you're going for a penance or something, or doing something really off meta, but other than that, I'd say go for perfectionism. How should they change this? I'm not sure. Kinda fine as it is. Maybe change Lingering Influence to If they wanted to change this and balance it out a bit more, they'd probably need to make lingering influence 15 seconds instead of 10. They need to change perfectionism to... They still give you plus 25, but they need to make it stack up to 20 times that base. You know what? No. Well, yes. I don't know. I don't know how you could set about internally balancing that. For empowered psionics, it's kinda just not you worth taking usually. Also, oh, Mr. Tito, I am, yapping about Darktide's internal balance. I'm going through weapons and talent trees. So, empowered psionics makes Smite do mediocre damage, but spread faster, which is good. The power to seal? It's pretty good. It, gives you more damage unless you not use a charge. That's fine. Brain Burst. Probably the best user of this. More damage, which helps it hit breakpoints. Faster casting. Lovely. No peril cost. Good. You compare that with, your fucking kinetic resonance, add double shield, and then that, and just start deleting specials and elites left and right. Biolodestone is good for Smite. It's only good for Smite. Because you can instead take overpowering souls, which is guaranteed on elites. Which Brain Burst is, or Brain Rupture is better anyways, so... You take Brain Rupture, you go with fucking Kinetic Resonance on Double Shield, or Bolstered Shield. Then you come down here, go Empower Psionics into Overwhelming Souls, or Overpowering Souls. Gunners, Ragers, everything else, you just stuck popping heads left and right, like a feckin' machine gun. That works well. Psychic Leeching is okay. It's okay. It's not worth the talent point usually, given everything else that you've got at your disposal. Charged up! Kinda mandatory. So you get multiple charges of it. You take that. If you go in Brain Rupture, you go Overpowering Souls, charged up. Main issue is that Empowered Psionics doesn't really match up to Warp Siphon or Disrupt Destiny. How could they change it to make it better? Fuck final. Maybe make that 10% chance at base and buff this up to 20% chance. Give Brain Rupture doubled damage on it, so plus 100% damage. Give Smite plus 300% damage, give a Sail. And hurts its base dash to 200. Then it could probably be genuine competition for these two, but again, unless you're doing a Brain Rupture, like Empowered Psionics build specifically, then it just lags behind the other two. I said that to bring it in line though. Would it make it a little bit too good? Maybe. But if you're going for a Venting Shriek Soul, or Soul Blaze build, you're still gonna go this way. If you're going for weapons and that kind of stuff, you're still gonna go for Disrupt Destiny. It's just that would make it so now you can feasibly go, straight blitz. And that wraps up Saker, I believe. So now on to Zealot. Fuck. Zealot is my most played class, this is one I'm most familiar with. So this is the one I can yap about the most.
What a wretched creature.
Yeah. Alright, so. As before, starting with weapons. The Crushers. Don't use it much, as for its blessedness. Mostly fine, all the blessed things I've said so far kinda stand. Crusher, I think, just needs a little bit better damage in some capacity. It's good at what it does, which is stagger enemies, but needs a little bit more. And the Eviscerator, much the same issues as with the other chain weapons. I feel like it needs a little bit more cleave. I feel like its weapon special needs a little bit more. Why the fuck did they cut even the chainsword's stacks of bloodletter in half for the Eviscerator in particular? I don't know. Probably because it's on Zelt and Zelt can already use Scourge. But everything else is generic. Perfect Strike is okay, but it's only hit mass from armor, which you gotta be swinging at heads anyway, so you're not hitting armor. So, 10% melee crit damage is okay, but not enough to warrant taking that over, I don't know, Wrath, or Savage Sweep, or Rampage. So, Slap, Wrath, or Savage Sweep and Shred on one of these bad boys and you're good to go. You could also do Shred and Rampage, but you might struggle with actually cleaving through things. Rev it up. It gives you 20% move speed for 2 seconds on Zealot. It's not useful. Same goes for rev it up on the other chain weapons. It needs to give you something more than just that. If they gave you a move speed, I'd either increase the special damage by 20%, or it's made the special attacks ticks come through faster. That'll be fine. It'll be good. Eviscerator overall is in a pretty good spot, but it needs a little bit of love. Just because, you know, oh, I'm vulnerable, but I crit. With a headshot crit, it takes 0 attacks.
Toma is great beneath many squabbling hands.
If you crit, you can take them out in 2 shots. The headshots. Otherwise, it's gonna take 30. So, you know. Eviscerator just needs a little bit of love. Just needs a little bit of a touch-up. I'd say give it a bit of a buff to its armor targets, the chain weapon suggestions I made before of speed up the ticks, or have it stagger / suppress nearby enemies when you use the weapon special. Those are still valid here. Same thing. Thunderhammer needs some buffs. How they would want to set about buffing it, that I'm not sure. It did get some love. It needs a little more. A Thunderhammer main could probably give better ideas on how exactly to set about improving it, but I'd like to see it brought up a little bit more. Bellic Blade. In a perfectly good spot right now, don't have any changes for it. For unique ranged weapons, I completely skipped the psycho ranged weapons. Yeah, all the stabs are fine. Honestly. For the Zealous ranged weapons, our only unique one is the Flamer, which is in a 5 spot. Penetrating Flame is very helpful for Havoc. Showstopper. Bella, do much? practical experience, but it's there, I suppose. Fan the flames. It's fine. It can use up to stagger raiders off of you, or crushers. Blaze away. Phenomenal, lovely. Want this to stay. Everlasting Flame is very fun. He can burn through your entire tank in one go. I don't have any real complaints or suggestions for it. When it comes to the melee weapons, it's pretty much just Thunderhammer and Crusher could both use a little bit of love. Maybe Crusher gets a little bit more stagger. Maybe Thunderhammer gets a little bit more damage. A little bit more cleave, perhaps? I don't know. Eviscerator just needs the general chain weapon adjustments that I suggested. So, there's that. For the Zealot tree, the trifecta of Zealotdom is over here. So, you know, crit supply bleed. Bleed gives crit. Toughness on dodge. Toughness DR on critical hit. Yeah, take that in almost every Zealot build. Blood Redemption is fine. It makes sure melee kills punish 7.5% toughness instead of 5%. So, it's fine. Disdain is okay. It speeds up your horde killing a little bit. Ace within, enemies without does not give enough toughness reach in to be worth it. Wait for the Emperor. Not very helpful, honestly. But it's there. Vicious Offering. It's fine if you're going for heavy attacks, but that's about it. Stillstorm Grenade. A good grenade! But unfortunately it's here instead of here. Anointed in Blood. This is where the things I suggested for like the double barrel and combat shotguns come in handy. This could make that very silly. As is, it's fine. It's a good chunk of range damage for being close to an enemy. That's about it. Hershey Unclean. A nice tidy damage boost against infested non-yielding. So, Reapers and Bosses, and Hounds, and Potswalkers. All of them are good candidates. Bad thing is you take it for the bonus versus unyielding for boss damage. Lovely. Good. Coherency Toughness region is us. Welcome back, Grind. Hope you had a good week. Had to go beat your meat after Trigger gave you a sub. Fair enough. So, Coherency Toughness region is not much. That 50% extra is a very not much amount, so not really worth taking, ever. Especially compared to 20% damage versus bosses. Voice of Terra, your generate toughness on range skill. It's not much toughness, but besides it's simple, on a flavor that can actually add up pretty well. And anything else, it's not nothing, but it's not much. So, good with the flavor, or if you're gonna mag up a bolter into a horde, for some fucking reason. That's about it. On taking damage, shield 12% of that damage. That's a little bit of sustain. It should be avoiding damage when possible, and as many durability options as so it has. Don't need that much. Enlightened Grenade is largely a worst Sunstorm Grenade, but The blessings around it are technically better, so if you're going this way, you could take this. But in most situations, you're gonna want to come over here and grab these anyways. So you can spend the extra points to come down the middle tree as well if you want. But that's up to you. How do we make this better? Honestly, maybe grab this and drag it over here somewheres. Other buff to stay and make it 10% for each enemy hit. That would be very strong. Maybe make it 7.5%. So it goes up to what, like 47.5% damage? No, 37.5% damage instead of 25% cap. So like to stay in 7.5, then it could be okay. Maybe grab, I don't know. That should be 5% toughness at least, in order for it to be worth it. And maybe put something else up here. Maybe take Blood Redemption and move it over there. Or take... No, what? Take Second Wind and put it over there. Next to enemies set within, enemies without. Fortitude and Fellowship, that should be 100% if it's gonna be useful whatsoever. Thank her for the follow, Kaiser. Much appreciated. Maybe buff Voicetera to 5%? Just another 1%? Still not great, but it's okay. Maybe make that 50%. Spread it out over 10 seconds. So it's 5% of the damage that you took. Maybe let that stack up so each instance of damage has that applied to it. Would that be strong? Aye. But so is the trifecta of the zealotry. So, give us some competition. Vicious Offering! I say make that 25%. 25% toughness on heavy attack kill? But you have to go through, you know, you have to go 4 nodes deep, or 3 nodes deep. So, 4 nodes, 4 talents deep to get to it? That could be some genuine competition. Wait for the Emperor! I say make that 80%. Like, fucking double that. Make it 80%? Because of how far down this side you've got to go? You're either having to spend those points in addition to this, or at the cost of that. If you're going this path, or this path, you should really be motivated on whether you're going for, you know, the damage and sustain through murder and dodging, or the, you are just tanky. You are just hard to fucking kill. Especially if it's motivating you towards, like, slow or heavy attacks like Thrust, Thunderhammer, or the Crush, or something like that. For these, I'd say I'd make the Immolation Grenade a outer area and give it modifiers versus Infested, Unarmored, and Flak. Would it be bad against Carapace? Sure, but would it be good against everything under Carapace? Snowstorm Grenade is good as is. It's just in an unfortunate place on the tree. Duelist is insane. Doesn't need any buffs. Until Death or Revenant. Just a good survivability and clutch tool. Doesn't need any changes. Desperation. 20% damage when you run out of stamina on Zealot. not worth taking. You'd have to buff that up to like 40 per second and remove the duration, so it's... While stamina is... Well, no, because then your stamina would come back. Okay, maybe leave the duration, but make it like 40%, and then it could be viable, technically. But if you're running out of stamina, then the damage won't help you. Maybe take from 20% damage into 20% melee strength. Then it might be usable. Emperor's Bullet. It's good on revolver. It's good on the revolver. That's about it. I don't know how you could change that. Dance of Death, pretty good. Thy Wrath Be Swift, very, very nice. It's very comfy, it's nice to use. Unremitting. Sainted Godslinger is pretty good. If they flipped these two, then I might actually take that. Zealot is already the dashiest, zoomiest of classes, except for Psycherding, Disrupt Destiny, and Scryer's Gates. But in general, Zealot is the zoomiest class. Having 20% more zoom is fine, I suppose. But you'd have to spend 2 points to get down here. So, it's kinda not worth taking it, and at that point it's just a taunt tax to get to Sainted Gunslinger, which isn't worth it. Like, the 30% reload speed is nice. And that's good with a revolver, so if you go in revolver, then, you know, you get 5 kills and then you can reload your revolver quicker, which is its biggest weakness. Shield of Contempt is pretty solid. But again, it's under Emperor's Bullet, which is okay, but not worth taking usually. Hammer of Faith can be pretty good. Main issue here is that if you're going for Beacon of Purity due to what they have and stuff, you're gonna come down this way instead, in which case, a bit more hard stuff. You know, a bit of team durability support. Pretty good. Not bad. Dance of Death. Again, very good. Thy Wrath Be Swift. Very cozy. Bonus die on melee respawn hits. Not bad. It gets you down to loader if you're going that way. Good balance. Is kinda just better though. Because, you know, you dodge, you get toughness. With back, you get flat damage reduction, not toughness damage reduction. And you got toughness damage reduction from Enduring Faith, so... Congratulations. You're a solid, what? 75%? Anywhere... You know, 60 to 70% more durable after you dodge an attack. Ambuscade. Board stash rage backstab attacks. It's fine. I believe that applies to your knife, so if you get behind something and you knife it in the back, aim for the head. Lovely. Bonus damage. Or hey, bolter. Get behind a post. Just enjoy 30% more damage. Benediction, it's the best one. 15% toughness dash reduction for you and your allies. Simple, straightforward, good. Beacon of Purity, you heal corruption from yourself. This isn't accurate, it removes corruption. And for you and your allies from the current wound. They should change this to, it just removes the corruption full stop. It should have the wound dilatation for a reason we'll get into down here. Alternatively, if it is only from the current wound, it should actively heal you. Convert that corruption back to normal health. Don't just remove it, especially at how slow of a rate it goes. We do see it used in Havoc for the grip, or the Blight Sprints modifier. But at the same time, you can also just not stand in the goop, and it is not helpful. It's helpful when it works, it should be a bit better on actual competition. If it was, it actively turns corruption on you into health, they can leave the current wound limitation on it. But otherwise, I'd say remove the wound limitation now that works no. Especially because it's above martyrdom. Loader, you always count as being in at least 2 coherency. This doesn't reduce, special spawns for being isolated. If it did, I can see an argument for it there. I think that the thing they should do with this is change it such that you always count as being in coherency for your allies, and you always count as being in at least 2 coherency. So, yeah, and yourself are always in coherency. So you go off by yourself, you're in 2 coherency. Your allies benefit from you being in coherency with them whether you are or are not. That way, their coherency-based stuff isn't penalized for you running off on your own. That's how I think they should change it. That way the loader zealot who rolled up by himself still counts for his allies as being in coherency, so your veteran with, close order drill still pretends that you're there next to him. That's how I think they should change the loader and make it less of an issue. That would make it actually a good option for anyone who wants to play the loader playstyle without just flicking over your team. Fear of the Faithful or Double Seal, perfectly fine, lovely, good. Chorus, guys, come to the fucking forefront because of, Havoc mode existing. I don't have much of a complaint about Chorus. It's good as is. If they lowered the cooldown to 45 seconds, it'd be incredibly good. If they, made the lingering effect of Chorus, let's say 15 seconds instead of 10 seconds, that'd also be incredibly good. I don't think it needs any buffs though. The toughness stat reduction is pretty significant. You've already got gold toughness, but that makes you guarantee that it lasts 10 seconds. Ecclesiarch's Call. It's just 20% global damage. That's fine by me. It's good, I don't have any complaints about it. And Balance and Faith you have to take, so it's good. Laura is only good with stealth. Pretty much. Shellfield. Shellfield is good for playing solo. It's a short enough duration that you're not usually super, aggro dumping on your team. And you can use it to just delete some things, dipping in all stealth a lot. It's also good for the funny delete monstrosity builds, of Shroud Sealed, Perfectionist, Neither Doing Sword of Thunderhammer. Invigorating Revelation's pretty good. If you're going into Shroudville and stuff, might as well grab it. You got the spare points. And down to the bottom. Punishment. That's good. If you're hitting a bunch of enemies, you stagger them better. Up to 25% better, in fact. And at max stacks, you become incorruptible so you won't be staggered out of things. On your cleaving, sweeping weapons, it's good. Use it. Massive Retribution. Seems good. Except it doesn't block the attack. And it's usually gonna get absorbed by a Potswalker. And it goes on cooldown for 10 seconds. It can knock a dog off of you if you get tossed by a hound. But that's about it, because the hit still goes there. If it blocked the hit and knocked them back, that'd be different. But it just knocks your Potswalker sound. It's also not a full knockdown, it's just a heavy stagger. Though it does an amount of staggered damage. So Potswalkers, it's a heavy stagger. On Crushers, It's a light stagger. On Ragers, I think it will disrupt their combo, but I don't know if it actually does genuinely do enough stagger to knock them out of a combi. Because of the, stagger resistance buffs they've gotten. So I'm not sure. Invocation of Death! Without its best cooldown ability. You get a crit and your abilities come back much, much faster. So, you want to take this. Blazing Piety, I don't have any criticisms or adjustments for except for this side. Stalwart only procs the first time that you activate Fury, and then you have your toughness stat reduction, which is good. That's a lot of toughness stat reduction. Top up everything else you've got at the top makes you incredibly hard to kill. But you're giving up another 10% crit shots. I make it so that it is only by enemies killed, not by critical hits as well. And that 50% toughness is only on the first set proc, so you have to wait for it to fall off and then re-proc it. It doesn't proc on refresh. If they made this while Fury is triggering Fury grants 10% toughness, its regeneration per second, that stays active, and can refresh, that will make this very feckin' good for survivability. But that's not how it works, so it's just okay. And then allies gain 66% of the critical hit chance granted, which is at base 15, so you give your allies 10% crit chance. Sure, fine, okay. I'd say that should probably be 100%, and that should be weighted to be consistent toughness regen. Fury Rising. Crits now give thou count towards building it up, so if you're already critting, which, you know, guaranteed crit, you can start building up Fury faster. Righteous Warrior is just good. It's usually the best way to use it. I'm gonna cut over to the other side first. Sustained Assault! Hit a fucker in melee! Get more melee damage for hitting fuckers. You hit a fucker, you hit the next fucker harder. Or the same fucker if you hit him again. So, it's good. 20% more melee damage for smacking podswalkers, whatever. It's just good. Faithful Frenzy. Now attack speed. 10%. A classic. Love it. Take it. Highest Cutthroat. Very, very good. Backstock kills restore 20% ability cooldown. I've been using this in Havoc a lot, paired with this. And on the Eviscerator, because it is very easy to... Oh, there's a mutant coming. If you rotate around behind them, it counts. So if I just use that, wait. Sounds like it's a little bit picky. Also, hello Francine! Thank you for the follow. That's just... it's helpful. It gets your chorus or your shroud field or your... Fear of the Faithful of cooldown is not that hard to get behind fuckers, especially if they're staggered or suppressed by chorus. I find it quite helpful in Haddock just to make sure that I've got the chorus up every time I need it. So 70! The nerf to sprint speed! Because I thought the dodging part was too good. They're wrong. It was the Sprint 3 that was good, so they did nerf the right part, but for the wrong reason. But 5% sprint speed? It's just nice. Oh, I got his dodging while sprinting? Basically, if there is an enemy there and you sprint, not at an angle, not away from, directly perpendicular to him, then you count his dodging against range attacks. That just makes it not whether you have stamina or not that applies. So that part is kind of not worth taking. Equitable judgment is fine. It's good. It'd be nice if they gave it, I don't know, maybe make it 1.5%? Maybe increase it to 20 stacks? Overall, it's fine. It doesn't have much criticism. 2 bones! It's there for martyrdom. Which is not good as it is. Martyr's purpose. Unless I'm mistaken, that's damage taken to health, not damage taken to toughness. Otherwise, it'd be pretty good. But as is, they can Invocation to Death or Pascal Thort instead. If they buff that to where it applies to damage taken to toughness as well, then I could see that being pretty good. But as is, it's just not worth taking. The 2 wounds is whatever. If you're using Curt Martyrdom, you take this. If not, you don't. Martyrdom. So, this used to be based on percent missing health. Then they changed it to wounds, which made it actively worse. There was shit for being on your last wound. But if you're building for wounds, you're not building for health. And if you're not building for health, that makes you squishier. So, in order to get the mileage out of martyrdom, you have to have curios that give you wounds. Wounds are not health. It is put your health up into more segments. So, it also goes off of missing wounds, which on Damnation is capped at 6, not 7. So it's a max of 48% melee damage, not 56%. It's 48% instead of chunk shit. And you get, a solid 39% toughness damage reduction. That's pretty good, sure. And you get a solid 24% attack speed, sure. But the actual numerical value of health that you'll have will be quite low compared to if you built health and did it off of percent missing health. So, I believe that Mr. E or Reginald had a video talking about how they would change it. And they would take it back to missing health. And I'm glad you agree with them. I think that martyrdom should be based off of missing health. And make it flat missing health. So, incentivize the player to stack health on Zealot who already has a lot of health to then get their benefits. Like make it, plus X% melee damage for each missing, make it like 1% melee damage for each, 5 missing health. Up to X amount of stacks. Or go back to percent missing health. And because then you are incentivized to stack health. Instead, which on Zealot ends up giving you something like easily 300 plus health. As opposed to if you have no second. Health modifiers. Or you said that 200 health. That's 200 health. That's all the health you're gonna get. Split up into, 7 wounds, one of which is your last wound. I said, hello, Kadoku! How are you? Hi. I'm yapping about Darktide balance. And how I would change it. Which, that changing martyrdom to be off of health again would actually, I think, make it better. And then if they wanted to, they could change Space Fortitude to give you, like, instead of plus 2 wounds, make it like plus 50% health. Like a final health multiplier. That could be downright silly. But it'd be good. And it would then actually not wage all the problems with martyrdom. And they'd have to do some number tweaking, sure, but they can make it compete with Blazing Piety and Inexorable Judgment. I think that would be a good solution to it. I think that wraps up Zealot. Now then, Olgrin. Olgrin is my least played class. I don't even have it maxed yet. But
I can see you will.
I know just from discussion and observation a few things that I can real quickly say. Which is pretty much that these two are your good melee weapon options, and the rest of these need buffs, either in damage, or mobility, or stagger, or something. A lot of it should be in damage, but these two are good. I know that the kickback is good, and the Tron-linked stubber is good for Gunslinger Ogrins, or the heavy gunner. Gunlogger, that's the fucking word. Every gun is meh and needs buffs. Grenadier Gauntlet is meh and needs buffs. Rumbler is fun and okay, but not great. Kickback kinda just is the best option there. The heavy stubber needs some buffs as well, honestly, because everything you'd use the heavy stubber for, you can use the kickback for if you're trying to select stuff. Because of minimum pellet hit count. The heavy stubber doesn't make up for it by deal with other things better. So, kickback winds up just being your best option because it's put enemies in box, press trigger, enemies die. Exception being like Carapace, but Carapace you can just use slab shield or pickaxe. So Ogre needs more weapons, or more weapon variety, and the weapons they have, except for like this one, and this one need buffed. The fungus. The Aquas of this, I believe, is okay. Kind of. But they kinda just, their weapons need buffs around the board. As for that tree, I know they've got pretty much 2 builds. This needs buffed. That tree needs work. I know they just got a talent tax, which sucks. But their tree as a whole needs buffs and adjustments. I'm not the person to ask about that, but like, yeah, that order is work with, because that's 25% of, I think it's 2 cohesive region at base. So you're getting an extra 0.5 flat toughness regen. Or scaling up to like, what? 2 flat toughness regen per second, not percentage? Because that's how toughness coherency regen ranks. So that's okay, but it's not good. That's fine on the weapons that it's good on, which is that twin-linked heavy stubber and the kickback, and everything else is just kind of, it's not that good on. No. Linchpin. Again, it's coherency regen, which is not good. Coherency radius, they've got more stuff for coherency than most others, so okay, I guess. Steady grip is get your gun lubber, I suppose. You take it to get over there, 'cause it's better than that. I guess. Soften them up is pretty solid, but you'd have to take bombs away or frag bomb. I guess if you're going down towards point blank barrage, then sure, you can take that. Bonus damage against other Ogrins is pretty good. The damage reduction against Ogrins, pretty good. All these are pretty good. I mean, if you hit one enemy with a heavy melee attack, you get 20% toughness. If you have multiple enemies with a melee heavy attack, you get 20% toughness. For each enemy you hit, you get stacking damage. Oh, that's pretty good. The Bay Friendly Rock. It's fun. It'd be nice if it was a tap throw like the Zealot's Blades of Faith, but the fact that you can aim it and you don't have to tap throw it is also kinda nice. I mean, it's a big fucking rock. It's got a satisfying sound. You get randomized rocks. It'd be nice if the wind up to throw it was a little bit quicker, so that when you do actually chuck it, they came out a little faster. Cause like this Ogren is slinging a slab of concrete or something at you. I think he could throw it a bit faster. Or impact on melee attacks. Well, it's one of two options, and that's the one you get if you're going down this way. Means that your cat takes off them up. Lets you go bones away, which is the least used option, I'd say. So it's there, sure. Undoubtable is good. Taunt is good. Point blank barrage is good for what it does. And it's good on the kickback and the twin-linked heavy stubber. It's not really good on anything else. Trample and Pulverize are both solid options. Viable Distraction is pretty solid. I think Go Again is probably better because it gives you more cooldown reduction. And then you want Big Lungs always, for a bigger radius. So, Vanilla, which one you go? Whether if you're going Hit Back, you go Hail Fire, or if you're going Twin-Linked Heavy Stubber, you go Light 'em Up. Organ mains can tell me how they'd like to see that kind of thing changed. That's not my forte. Batter is good. Because the light and destruction exist. So, that's reduction per bleeding enemy in melee range. Batter or Pulverize, both solid options for that. Crunch! It's a slightly weaker thrust as a talent, so it's there. And you're going for heavy attacks anyways, so might as well grab it, I suppose. Nox. That's okay. Big broom is good for your grenades. And the Grenadier Gauntlet, I guess, and the Rumbler? Neither of those are especially good, and it's competing with Ammo Stash. And if you're going Gunlugger, you'd rather have the extra ammo. So, I don't know. That's just... More ammo means more shooting. More shooting is more gooder. Caracoling! If you're going twin-linked heavy stubbers, this is good. You're gonna be suppressing the fuck out of them. I believe the kickback also has good suppression. So, that ore is just bad. If it was actual, like, toughness or replenished by kills and such, it'd be okay. As it is now, though, that's coherency regen, which is not good for anything. See you both. Coherency regen is toughness refreshment. It's not good. That's okay, except for the fact that I think that you're already immune to being staggered by trash mobs' melee attacks. So it doesn't do much of anything. Outside of, like, specific things that have hard stagger tied to them. Like the Bulwark Shield Bash. Thought and Destruction is good. Dominate. 10% rending for 10 seconds on a weak kill. I mean, I guess it's better than no stopping me. So, you can take that. Attention Seeker. It's probably just battered. Get stuck in. Pretty solid. Payback time. You'd prefer not to be hit in the first place, but sheared. Drizzer. That's just pretty good. It's better than payback time. For a lot of the rest of these, it's like they're okay at best, or they're the only good option. And then when it gets onto the bombs, like Heavy Hitter is good. Best limiter override is not great, but you're down here anyways, so fuck it, might as well. It's good on the heavy stubber, or the twin-linked heavy stubber. It's not so good on the kickback, so if you're doing a kickback gunlugger, you could go down to that. Maybe grab the ranged damage. Then skip the rest, and put it somewhere else, I suppose. Fuel Up Pain needs a rework because it's kind of just not good. They nerfed it when it wasn't the strongest option to begin with. And it's kind of just been not worth taking since then. So Ogre needs some love. Just across the board. They need more weapon variety. They need all but like 4 of their weapons buffed, and either one of those is debatable. Sure. Air Talentry needs redone, honestly. So that about sums up my opinions on it. I've been going for 3.5 hours of straight yapping. Anyway, let me go play a game. At the very least. So, I'm not just yapping for 3.5 hours without doing anything else.
I have new items for sale.
So, I want you to try out a heavy sword. I've been looking for a melee weapon for this build, so I'm whipping out a heavy sword yet. with Hittiker Rampage, this is mostly just deal with hordes up to ragers. Bonus to flag, bonus to elate. Defenses is a dump stat because I still get my fire dodges, still get slightly improved dodge distance, and slightly cheaper spread and intuition. So it is absolutely a backup weapon for my Hellboar. Hellboar struggles into hordes and deal with enemies that gap close quickly on me, so that's where the heavy sword comes in.
It will likely not be a pleasant experience, but it's not as though you have any choice. I've analyzed the data, and it would appear that the
So,
cathedral is in fact the next link in this squalid little chain. Proceed there at best speed, taking care not to die before strictly necessary.
We shall see how it goes. As always, I like to test my stuff in Auric Domination.
I still don't like this interrogator.
Because if it can hold up in Auric Domination, then it's good enough. If not, then I can't in good conscience recommend it.
Preparation will out.
Okay, they are coming.
The air's thick with signals. The Rock's intercept decoder's struggling to get a fix.
Have patience, Augustine. Hadron takes pride
All right.
in work, and for good reason.
If only you were here to operate it. I'm no tech adept.
All right. Quite the run so far. Ah, shit. Oh, it was right by me. I thought I had a second longer to dodge there. Fuck. As expecting it to drop, not... As expecting it to drop and fire and not run up directly behind me in melee and grab me. Ah, oh, shit. I yapped for 3.5 hours then die. That is unfortunate. In the extreme. That's tragic.
The moment of prophecy approaches. A sibling bond have power, Captain. It cannot be contested. No longer disturb the grandfather. What did we just hear?
Well, things are not looking good. Oh, they might be able to pull it off. Can you join me after this game? Sure.
This will reach out. Take shelter! Incoming attackers! Fortuitous! A grenade! We'll get you back on your feet, veteran.
Alright, looks like they're gonna get the save off.
So bad as it looks, soldier. Snuck in the egg. Don't think the Ordo's anything beyond doubling.
I hear there's a Xenos that exists as a single hive mind. Imagine, no need for the left.
Yeah, right up and got himself crossfired down. And then rage quit.
Terminate that monstrosity!
Empty down.
So I couldn't dodge backwards up the stairs there. Lot of fun of that.
Look out! Demon Horse in fire! Look in! Flank! You can kill!
Veterans on the ground!
Suppressing fire! We've lost the veteran!
Aye.
Veteran down! Recommend reprisals! Take shelter! Sniper dead! Break the Emperor!
Bomber kill confirmed! Buster incoming!
And a drone domination!
Not one step back! Despicable out!
I'll suck. Well, so far, heavy sword, doing good work. Ow. The fucking snipers aim at someone else.
Break their defenses! Take shelter!
Ready yourself! Out!
Axe and bomber!
All right.
I'm glad Stephanie told me. She's very insightful. Wouldn't trust her further than I could comfortably speak the Ogrin.
She uses her blessings from him on Terra to your benefit, whether you appreciate it or not.
C4 is a protein and in 12 with 60s could be cooked on a flame then eaten by humans.
That's good!
I'll get.
Down to Emma Wolf.
When next I find some C4, I'll give that a test.
Aegis protocol engaged!
Peril the right.
down.
This pitiable existence is over. Down.
Oh, Pete died before he hit the fucking ground. Alright. No, they... Not to either put poison in it after the 60s. Wait, this isn't Harbour. They aren't gonna be boss squads down here. Fuck.
I told you the water was the key to all this. You didn't listen.
Now is not a good time to indulge your obsessions, Captain. I wouldn't stare at it too long. That things aren't healthy.
Neither is ignorance.
True, but all things in moderation.
Get in there! Like some summer intended.
Anything happened with torpedoes? Many people drank the ethanol-based fuel? That is fucking hilarious.
Against headshots.
So does that mean the torpedo fuel was safe to drink? Chat, I've got the wildest idea for, brewery product?
Faster! Shoot it!
Postmaster is dead. Trick me until you're eliminated. Great! What about eliminated?
It's dead now!
No! Stop!
Protocols apply!
sound set.
An ambush? Well, the Emperor protects us.
We can't get support to you. You'll have to handle this yourself.
Calm down, Augustine.
You're impossible.
Alarmingly alien alive! See? Don't need being power to make a difference. Beauty!
Grandfather is watching. The grandfather is ready.
This isn't over yet.
We hope that it is so. For thy sake.
This is not lost. Not yet.
Down there. We watch. Unimpressed.
Corner! Get them dead! Right here! No more tough flavor! Killing reach!
Rough justice, veteran.
Eliminated! Reloading! The killing never ends! I am in lead! Hurry!
Indeed.
Our cycle will work for more creation.
Satisfying. You can go. Take shelter. Damn it.
We can't reach them!
Protocol engaged. Protocol neutralized.
Engaging critical target! I'm out of ammo! Close! Kill! And do it again! Hotmaster! Triple kill!
Thy soldiers have faith. Unleash holy retribution.
Coming! Ready weapon running!
Bag. Engine soldier.
Get them dead! Right here! Sniper kill! Kill on the ground! I want to hear them scream!
Still have fight in you. Back up, somebody.
Much for the pride of the light.
Yeah, fuck me. Apparently that drinking the fuel is bad to get drunk. It's bad or something.
Our patience runs thin enough as it is.
Top sniper kill!
That sounds like government propaganda to me. Only now I think you need to worry that much unless you're a CEO or something. Okay.
Bomber neutralized.
The bomber is dead! Rupture imminent!
Admonition. So that's what the cult call themselves.
I've heard the word before, but always robbed them.
So far, MSR, pretty good.
You want to know.
Yes, I was. It's my job to know.
And your boss saying think of to give it. Maybe increase its range a little bit.
Time to be stoic, veteran. We could have done without a home.
The only answer to this problem. Jump is gone! Gun ready! Not one step back! Bomber hits and kills! My gunner! Emperor's throne! I don't have a call for that! Healing! A timely discovery! Oh, throne! That's the big duty kill! Rupture! Duty gone! Dropper eliminated! Top break! The killing begins! Right time! Slam hook confirmed down! Eliminated! Trevor! Target and kill! Scout shot gunner!
We will not forget thy failure this day, Captain! Please, this is not yet done. There's still time. Desperation does not succeed.
Oh, that's satisfied as fuck.
Strike team, steel yourself for whatever you are about to find. What I do know is that the bleakest of heresy musters beyond that door. No hesitation, no mercy. Am I understood?
If you can bring, you can kill! Round eliminated! Kill! The sniper is dead! I hope you're taking notes!
We can't reach them.
Ah, fuck. There's a second hound.
Duty eliminated.
Sir, a second hound has hit the Cadian.
Boxbuster is dead. Number consecrate to skin.
Oh, we've got to hard roll it in. That's a lot of feckin' Reapers. Ah, fuck.
Let's get to the killing.
Oh no.
Foxmaster dead. Almost gone. Stop it, Dad. Need more ammo.
Ah, fuck.
Screams of a paralyzed soul.
Thy failure damns thee, Captain.
Veterans, don't say Save men alive.
Sigma Sovereign's dead!
Careful! Sniper!
Ah, fuck. Close.
About to blow!
I'm taking that.
You'd only misuse it!
Get clear, big beauty!
Alright, here we go.
Whatever the cult intends, those stims are clearly part of it.
Ah, shit.
Strike team, silence, please. Now.
Where the fuck did I get netted from? What?
Definitely old Cassidy double tap! Your colleagues more blood than seems Sniper's dead!
Now, you. What?
Without me, you'll be dead in minutes.
Ah, well, fuck. Well, they hadn't quit out or crashed, then Matt could have reeled that back. Getting dinged by a sniper that just snapped to me and fired without the wind up. Didn't help any. Well, at least I'll get you in here quicker. Alright, Trigger, get in, ship. Alright. I've done my Havoc 40 for the week, haven't I? I have. Good. Grinder, you still about?
Keep your voice down, will you?
There. So far, heavy sword, pretty good. I like it. There's a new vent. Brit conscripts. Shit. Let's see.
Still waiting for Explicator Zola to present herself.
New Olgrins.
Yes, Mom. Working on it, Mom. I'll have a report.
See that you do.
What?
If only it was up to me.
Probably part of why I saw a dozen rapers walking down the stairs. Oh, so this is literally in Oops All Ogrins.
We need more special ammo for some of our covert ops. You're going to get it. Recon reports that the scouts have plenty of what we need at the Chasm Station Logistratum. It's up to you to find what we're after and get it aboard the retrieval craft. Can you handle that?
The path of the righteous leads to the dingiest places.
At least this way you'll get boots on the ground without getting shot.
Heads on. Stay alert for non-coms.
First stop, maintenance. I know a back way into the Logistratum.
Fight with zeal! Die in glory!
I shall go on.
Aye. Thank you. Oh, Gridind. Fighting for the God Emperor of mankind. Thank you. sword might be my go-to melee weapon for this build now.
Take your weapons and stand by.
You know what? The fact that with this particular build, I can one-shot headshot Reapers is actually relevant.
No surrender.
Therefore, as several of them. How? Where the fuck did you come from?
Elevators out. Make your way down the shaft instead.
I've seen better than us go into zones like this and not come out. Stay sharp.
The rest of us need some dragging ammo as well, you know.
My needless creature on years.
Ammo. Just what I need.
I grabbed that ammo.
Let's get to the killing!
On the side, you
fuck.
Give me on Cassidy double tap.
And we're gonna push out.
Data stream ceased. You are certain you installed the data interrogator correctly? Do not disrupt the flow of data again.
I want to hear them scream. On to the next one, please. You can kill.
Not the most favorable spawn locations.
You have successfully reconnected. Now maintain connection.
Get in there. Make them scream.
Data interrogation imminent. The interrogator refuses to work. Recommence. Security bypassed. Pressure door will comply.
Big Beauty's dead!
Leave me alive.
Alright, so far this has gone pretty well, I'd say. How the fuck did you get back there? I swear, the game really does just drop an enemy behind you the second you tear it away. Whether you've cleared that place or not. Oh, that's what was behind me. I was on the wrong side of those crushers. Oh, it spawned us over the way over, shit! Oh, that's just not nice. That's a lot of Reapers. And Havoc, that's instant death right there.
Bring out mercy!
On the bright side, the people who are up are the Zealots, which are the best class for clutches.
It is running! Gouda! I need but a little healing. Die! Dog!
Right. 10x propaganda? Right here?
Heretics, I pray. You are in need of healing, Guardian! I have need of your holy wrath, Guardian!
The faithful should stand together,
Follow
right?
me!
Thanks!
Who will lead us in a prayer of thanksgiving?
Well, I have a scroll here, Guardian, and I can show
Other
you
grace!
for such an occasion.
It wretches!
Slay the Pox Buster!
The Beyond the light.
Big mutant kill! The killing never ends!
Sniper is dead!
Do I think the Holy Emperor is hot? I think that he was.
Get in there! Make them scream!
Aye, my ankles. They don't need your ankles. I need every bit of height I can get. I'm short enough as is.
Calm down! Thank you!
Short redheads are very Ireland coded though. Well, I am Irish and I am short and a redhead, so that's accurate. Ow.
The Logistratum controls everything that comes in and out of this high sector.
Ow, fuck. Look, sorry about that. I used shout, but it didn't knock them down. I wonder if they reduced the stagger of voice of command.
First row, veteran.
said enough. Know that I used shell to use the grenade, but it didn't stop either of them long enough. Makes me wonder if they reduced the knockback on shout. Cause it used to like knock all kinds of stuff on their arse. It sure didn't that time. Alright. Now then. I'm sorry that was such a short amount of time actually playing, but I would like to go get some food. So, I'm going to find someone to raid. Let's see here. Let's go raid Taiga. She does a lot in 40k stuff anyways. Because I think it'll be funny. Right, so, thank you for those of you who stuck around for my rambling and yapping about the game's balance. Thank you, Trigger, for joining me for a pair of games. I'm gonna go eat some food. And until next time, which will probably be tomorrow, I love you all, and goodbye!
No, not yet. Knock on wood.
You okay?
No, considering like the week I've had, like yesterday actually, my Ryzen 9, the person I was working on was like, oh hey, so I fixed the pins, but something's still keeping it from going all the way in, so we may have to give up on your Ryzen 9.